All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session. We kick it off, the finance day, a bit early in the morning, 10 o'clock. COP is wrapping up today. What we will be talking about is climate strategies for banks. Okay. And my name is Luca De Lorenzo. I'm head of sustainability at the Nordic Investment Bank, and I'm here today joined by Tina from the Iceland Central Bank and Nasser from Citigroup, big global bank. Now I'll frame it a little bit, the conversation, but what I would really like to do, and I hope you guys will follow me on this, is not maybe a traditional panel when I ask questions and you just reply one by one, but rather have a little bit of an informal conversation, the three of us. And it's intimate enough to have that this morning, for sure. Now, why banks? Banks, when I look at banks at the very basics, what we do is three things, I think, fundamental that are relevant for what we need to do in terms of climate. But the basics is that we move a lot of money around and allocate capital. According to McKinsey last year, we intermediated the global banking sector, something like $400 trillion. So that's a lot of money that we move around globally, together, collectively. We manage risk, market risk, credit risk, all kind of risks. That's kind of our basic bread and butter operations. And of course, climate and climate risk is one of the key fundamental risks that we should be looking at and embedding in our operations. And thirdly, we interface with a lot of clients in many different sectors. And ultimately, it's them really that should change and drive the change. We ourselves in the banking sector don't emit that much directly in our own operations. But of course, we finance a lot of operations that do emit carbon, right? So we can either support climate action, or to be honest, we can also support climate inaction with our lending and operations. So that's a little bit the backdrop of what we do in the banking sector and why we are relevant. And that's also why we have, as banks, started to have climate strategies in the last years. So we have set targets for ourselves, we have set strategies, we have started to play with sustainable finance products, and that's all good. But today with you guys, I would like to take it to the next level. We'll talk a little bit about our strategies, but then how are we actually executing on them? How are we implementing them? How are we working with our clients? How are we managing our portfolios? How are we embedding risk in our operations, climate risk in our operations? Yeah? We try to take it to that level. Are you with me? Yes? Good. We try to do that. Fantastic. So maybe just with that quick introduction, why don't we start with you, Tina? So the Central Bank of Iceland. Sorry, I'm from Finland, so it comes natural to me. Central Bank of Iceland. How are you looking at climate?
So I think firstly it's good to mention that the Central Bank of Iceland's climate journey, so to speak, is not a very long one. In 2021 we joined the NGFS, or the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is a network of central banks and financial supervisors with the aim of sharing knowledge, best practices, etc., doing research to green the financial system. And in 2021 we joined, and then we signed an NGFS pledge. Each member had a pledge, and ours was threefold. So firstly, it was to reduce our operational emissions, and that is reflected in our climate and environmental policy. And on that regard, I've been emphasizing really to increase the scope and granularity of reporting. And then secondly, it was to map the climate risk facing the financial institutions and the economy, and then to support an orderly transition to a net zero economy. And to put that in perspective with our mandate within the Financial Stability Department, we are now preparing a climate scenario analysis, or a stress test, so to speak, to look at the corporate lending portfolio of the commercial banks in relation to transition risk or financed emissions. And just in normal words, basically looking at what, through their company lending, what kind of emissions are the banks financing. And then, of course, the Financial Supervisory Authority is a part of the Central Bank of Iceland. So we are now incorporating climate risk into our supervisory review of the banks, so our SRAP processes, and then next step would be the pension funds and the insurers. And then we, of course, have to make sure that regulated entities are complying with all these new big ecosystems of sustainable finance regulations, for example, the SFDR and the EU taxonomy.
I was expecting some acronyms coming in here, but we'll unpack those a little bit. And Nasser, what about Citigroup?
So, from a climate strategy perspective, we look at climate as, in no particular order, risk, opportunity, and systemic contribution. Clearly, as a bank that is involved in the intermediation of capital across many different geographies, we're in 95 countries, there's a very broad cross-section of climate risk, both transition and physical, that we need to better understand and manage, number one. Number two is, with the capital investment that is needed to ultimately transition, that is a major capital expenditure on the part of governments and companies. We bank those companies, we want to be part of that, but we want to help drive that from a sustainability and climate perspective. And systemic contribution is also what is our contribution to systemically decarbonization, whether it be by our scope 1 or 2 or operational targets and aspirations in terms of our carbon footprint. Clearly our biggest emissions footprint is our scope 3, what we do in financing, and so we've set targets around that. So at a high level, it's risk, it's opportunity, it's systemic contribution.
Great, and if I can add now, as I said, I will do it a little bit. I'm both a moderator and a panelist here today. So we had a similar journey with the Nordic Investment Bank. So what we did at the last COP, actually last year, we launched our climate strategy very similarly. We have been working with climate for a very long time. It's one of our kind of mandates to support climate action, and looking very much at the opportunity side. But what we have now set as of last year is a very clear climate strategy where sector by sector we have put 2030 targets, right? And these are science-based type of targets, not financial targets, but actually science-based targets. So in hard-to-abate sectors, for example, cement, steel, aluminium, we have very clear science pathway, which we would like our clients to follow, right? And we, at a portfolio level, we as a bank, we promise that we will hit those targets. And that's a little bit the logic. And at the same time, we've started to do some stress testing on our portfolio, on our balance sheet, because ultimately that's the emissions that we hold, right, as a bank. And we're trying to do that. But so that's great. We have now set strategies. We have on paper our targets. We know what we want to do and what we would like our clients to do. But maybe back to you, Nasser. How is it going at Citi? You know, how is the actual execution as an implementation? Is anything actually changing in the way, in the operations of the bank?
So I think one has to step back and ask, how does one execute? What is the path to success, right? And the path to success is dependent on several, fundamental things. Number one is, do you actually understand the carbon footprint that you have? Do you understand the carbon footprint that you finance? Data. And data is a very big challenge. And so ingesting data, processing data, understanding data is the first big step in executing, because you can't measure it, you can't manage it, number one. Number two, equally important, if not more, is capacity building. Everyone around this forum has a basic, if not very in-depth understanding of dynamics around climate, around transition, around physical risk. You're talking about a lot of functions within a bank, whether it's a first-line banker, a second-line risk officer, people that are in different compliance functions. Do they understand the dynamics of what we're trying to solve for? I mean, do they even understand scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? So education and capacity building becomes a huge undertaking and task and actually opportunity, so that at a deeper level, the people that ultimately execute and implement these strategies and these targets, these aspirations, know what the underpinnings to get to where they need to be are. So we are well down the road of the data challenge. We've spent a lot of time on capacity building. We've spent a lot of time on how do we measure risk by way of our clients, climate risk, and what does that mean? How is physical risk different from how is transition risk? We score our clients from a climate risk perspective. We understand our broader climate risk exposure from a physical and transition risk perspective. as it relates to credit risk. From the standpoint of our financing and our carbon footprint, like yourselves, we have set interim targets on the road to net zero for 2030. We've set targets in power, energy, autos, coal, and steel. Thermal coal and steel, I always have to remember which ones. We will disclose shortly, this is in the public domain, the last of our targets for sectors like shipping and aviation. So we're well down the road disclosing our targets, and we're going down the road of understanding what the map is in terms of the clients that are within those targets. Capital markets to be layered into targets. So we've been waiting for the PCAF organization to opine on what facilitated emissions looks like and how do we integrate, then we take decisions on how we integrate that. And finally, most importantly, or I shouldn't say most importantly, equally importantly is how we engage with clients. And not just from the standpoint of the things we just talked about, risk and opportunity, but equally from the standpoint, risk and net zero, but equally from the standpoint of how do we drive actually action and transition. So one of the first things we did, and it's about 3 years ago now, we're well down the road, is we set up a dedicated banking, investment banking and corporate banking team just to focus on clean energy. We call it clean energy transitions. And the focus is not just clients that are trying to enable and finance new technologies and clean energy, but it's the emerging companies, the companies whose very basic proposition is something that will enable the transition. And we have a dedicated banking focus on that so that we can contribute from a financing perspective in driving the transition through the aspirations and strategies and goals of those companies.
And maybe since you're a global bank, maybe just a follow-up. Do you see differences in geographies? So, the world was, maybe you could argue globalization is a little bit on a weaker trend, maybe a bit of a divided, different speed world. You act everywhere, you said 95 countries.
95 countries.
Yeah, but the climate strategy for you is one, right?
The climate strategy is one. The nuance on countries and geography is very material, right? We are present in many global south countries. We're present in many global south countries where resources are very constrained. So there is a key difference there. The conversation is all about the contributions, the finance topic that we're seeing at COP today, blended finance, how can we unlock more financial flows to the global south. You obviously have all the key countries in the EU where the regulation across the board, whether from the central bank or whether from the different sections of industry, are definitely having effect in moving the needle. You have Asia, where Singapore aspires to almost brand itself around decarbonization, climate. You have countries that are very heavily dependent on coal, where coal is a much less expensive resource in a developing economy than, say, renewables. Some of those are in Southeast Asia. You have countries in Latin America that are quite diverse. I was in Brazil, I mentioned to you earlier this year, where some of the leading thinkers around decarbonizing the agricultural sector from a finance perspective, frankly, are in Brazil. If you want to learn about decarbonization of the agricultural sector from a finance perspective, go to Brazil, talk to the Brazilian banks, talk to the Brazilian meat producers. They're very, very sophisticated. I learned a lot from them, and I really appreciated that. And then we have our own backyard. Well, I'm Canadian. The backyard I sit in is New York City, but we have our own backyard where the political dynamic is very much in flux, and you have different forces trying to shape the narrative and shape the conversation, and we have to navigate that as well.
Thank you. And Tina, if we come a little bit closer, to the Nordic, we maybe have less of this global view. Maybe in some aspects we are lucky, in the Nordics. In some areas, like the energy sector, we're relatively decarbonized in our areas. But in Iceland, how is the banking sector progressing from the central bank perspective? How is it going? Do you see them actually implementing the strategies and taking climate on board?
I mean, I think, like you said, in the Nordics and especially in Iceland, we sometimes are living under this aura of we're so environmentally friendly and everything is perfect. So I think the banking system, as well as just the general public, has kind of a blind spot for the climate risks that we might face. And I mean, in Iceland, of course, the most evident thing impacting one of our biggest economic sectors is the acidification and warming of the ocean. So that's in the more of a nature-related risk aspect. But then if we look at the biggest risk that might face the Icelandic economy, I want to mention transboundary climate risks. And those are also the ones that we have the least information on. So Iceland is very reliant on imports. So if we just look at disruptions of supply chains, pharmaceuticals, critical minerals, food, anything, that could basically have the biggest impact. And that's where we're not doing the research, and that's where the blind spots are.
No, I agree, and also for us, the Nordic Investment Bank, we primarily operate in the Nordic Baltic countries, so we have that view. We classify a little bit sectors with what we call sectors in the fast lane, so that basically where you have technology and, let's say, cost and business models already in place, the green and kind of the transition is already very clear, and it's a matter of just increasing deployment, right? Just go for it. Basically put money to it and let's go. Although we can unpack a little bit, even there, if there might be some risks, financial risks that not always make it that easy. And then slow lane, right? Sectors where effectively either the technology still needs to be developed or the business model or the costs are not there yet. Yeah? The financial aspects are not there yet. And I think in Nordics, the fast lane is moving. Fast, but there are still some slow lane sectors that we need to engage. And later on today, actually, we have another session where we'll try to do that. But ultimately, maybe let's unpack a little bit the client engagement part, right? Nasser, maybe also with you. So, as banks, client relationship is one of the core values that we have in the banking sector, right? And we want to maintain that. That's part of our business. So with as you say, we also at NIB, we engage very much in client dialogue. We have now our strategy. We ask our clients, what is your strategy? Does it match our strategy? What are your plans to get? Is this basically a marriage that we can have, right, with the climate targets? But what if it's not like that? And we have 2030 targets. It's end of 2024. They're not that far. So what would you do at Citigroup if you have a client that is actually not responding or not aligned to what your ambitions are as a bank?
Well, the first thing we need to do is really understand, as you said, where a client strategy is. What is their strategy? But equally, what are their constraints? And where do they see the bottlenecks? And where do they see the possible solution sets to the bottlenecks, and how can we possibly play a systemic role in creating the capacity to unlock some of those bottlenecks? Some of these sectors are very challenging, right? The aviation sector. So let's take the aviation sector as an example. Let's unpack that, okay? There's a lot of talk about SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. And sustainable aviation fuel certainly will be part of the solution set in decarbonizing the aviation sector. But if you look at the 1.5 pathways that are the basis of targets in the aviation sector, the contribution of SAF to decarbonization doesn't actually kick in materially until about 2030. So we as a bank first have to understand that, right? There's a lot of talk about SAF, and SAF is it's an opportunity and it's a constraint. There are production bottlenecks, there's demand signals that have to be solved for, there's an imbalance between where the SAF is needed physically and where the SAF is produced. But then you look at the target and the pathway, and you see that SAF really is a contribution like this, and then accelerates after 2030. So we're talking about goals in 2030. So let's look at what the pathway says about 2030. It says operational efficiency and fleet renewal, right? So that then enables us to have the conversation around operational efficiency, right, which is a very productive and collaborative conversation, because what company doesn't want to be more operationally efficient, right? It's accretive to shareholder value. And fleet renewal. But fleet renewal in the aviation sector is runway. It takes time, right? if you want to order today a 787 from Boeing or an A321neo from Airbus, call them up and ask them when the delivery date is. It's probably not till about 2030 because they are so backlogged on aircraft, right? So some of the fleet can be managed through leasing companies because they have key orders in the pipeline for jets, et cetera. But it's really digging in and understanding where the bottlenecks lie to the steps that follow the path that you referenced to 2030. So that's where we are. We're really trying to unpack that.
Oh, that's good. You bring aviation as a good, let's say, hard to abate.
I'm a plane geek. I literally will study which aircraft Turkish Airlines is flying between Istanbul and Baku, and I chose, based on aircraft.
That's great. Well, then I should add that I'm an aerospace engineer, so we haven't discussed that. But no, but that's good. But and we have a similar approach at NIB in the sense that in the hard to abate sectors, in our climate strategy, we also said exactly as you said. There are some sectors and some clients where we know that if we engage today with them, maybe we don't have them yet in our portfolio as big, but if we do, we will actually increase our financed emissions on our balance sheet initially because we go into a sector that is still quite dirty, that probably has a tougher pathway, but the idea is we go in, we engage exactly to bring them down. We like to say we get our hands dirty to wash them. And here a question a little bit to you as a central bank, right? Because you said, it's important for you for financial stability. You want to see banks looking at these climate risks and probably minimizing those climate risks, stress testing. But again, when we engage in hard to abate sectors today, it might be that initially that climate risk on our books actually slightly increases, right? But at the same time, that's what we ought to be doing, right? How do you see that, Tina? Bit of a hard question maybe, but...
No, I think if we just look at how it has evolved, the view in the past years of, at the beginning it was just we should only focus on these really dark green assets and just skip the rest. But I think with more knowledge, I think we realize that we can't look past these hard to abate sectors. They're the ones that can offer the most mitigation options in the end, and preferably more profitability as well, as we see all these opportunities. So I just think that we need to be really clear on the transparency of the transition plans in place, that we really have this clear metrics, that we adjust the financial terms, that we're really harsh on, because we can't afford to have failed transition plans now and failed demand. So that's something that's to be at the heart of this. But then again, let's not look away. We have to deal with those hard issues, and yeah.
And you mentioned one word now, transparency. Mm-hmm. So I'll open another topic that we discussed maybe a little bit preparing for this, which is disclosures, right? So of course you can get dirty, but you should be very transparent about it. You should be very aware of it as you do it, so that you can manage it. You mentioned, you can manage if you can measure. So what's your view on the trends around transparency, disclosure, the various regulations on these topics that we have in Europe and across the globe?
So first and foremost, I think as a general matter, as a general principle, one aspires to greater disclosure across the system, right? So that we have a better understanding of what the systemic risks are. We would like to have a better understanding of what the corporate client footprint is, or imprint is, I should say, in terms of carbon. And so that's all about disclosure. It's about emissions disclosure, it's about strategy disclosure, transition plan disclosure. The more transparency, the more we're able to manage our exposure, as well as hone in on the investments that we want to make. So disclosure is a very important thing. Now, disclosures are varying widely in terms of their breadth and their depth around the world. You have coming into view, obviously in Europe, CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. You have the SEC that finally put forth standards for disclosure in the US. You have some US states like California putting out greater requirements that'll probably more drive the bus going forward than perhaps at a federal level. You have different regimes focused on the challenge around disclosure. The challenge, I think, with disclosure is we need more of it, but I think as a user of disclosure, we would like more consistency in terms of that disclosure. And I think it would be good to have sort of in the 80-20 rule on the road to net zero, what is the disclosure that is most important now to move the needle? And what can be layered in at different stages? And that's some of the thinking that we're doing.
Tina, any views on disclosure, transparencies?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I definitely agree with you that we can't get lost in this jungle of disclosures and not actually move forward. But I really feel that this is a key point as to what I referenced before, especially regarding transboundary climate risk or risk that we're kind of not looking at right now, because we know that climate models in general, they are underestimating the risk. We're not looking at these tipping points we could cross to create a cascade of positive feedback loops, etc. So there are so many blind spots of climate risk that we're not looking at that these disclosures could hopefully help us see. Yes. I had another point that just disappeared, but
that's
I'll
okay.
come back.
That's okay, we'll come back and then just chip in. But maybe one reflection to make it a little bit provocative, right, with disclosures. I tend to agree, right? Of course we need more transparency. We are, as NIB, we've always been very transparent. I hope our impact reporting and so on is up to scratch. You mentioned CSRD, quite heavy. So my question is, are we overdoing it sometimes? Meaning, I heard you say 80-20, right? Again, the goal ultimately is to implement climate strategies and achieve transition, right? So disclosure is a means to the end. It's not an end in itself. So how do you see that? Because when I talk to my fellow head of sustainability in the financial world, at the moment, typically, they run a team of sustainability and so on, and 60 to 70% of resource, manpower, goes into reporting rather than into decision making or action or engagement with clients, which is actually where we move the needle, as you said. What's your view on that? Well, are we overdoing it?
No, I mean, I think in some ways, because when you look at what is the goal, like we have these overarching frameworks, we have the UNFCCC, we have these regional goals, etc., and then we have the standards, and then we have the data points, and we're now looking at so many different data points, and we need to make sure that are each of these points being utilized, or are we just collecting for collecting's sake? But I really hope that just with time, this is just a really hard beginning, then we'll be able to act. But I definitely agree that it's very heavy now. There's a lot of inertia to actually act, but hopefully, with time.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was alluding to around the 80-20 rule.
Yeah.
Right? Which is, can we get a consensus view around what, given where we are, we're at best 10% of the way down the road to where we need to be from a transition perspective. Can we align the disclosures with the challenges that are before us in the next 5 years, right? And then as we layer in, aspirational disclosure, can some of that be aligned with different phases of transition, right? I do think the systemic question around resource allocation and disclosure balance needs to be addressed. I joke with my colleagues sometimes that the biggest beneficiaries of disclosure are the consulting companies that are advising, all the corporations, banks, and governments in the world around it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And no, and don't get me wrong, I wanted to be a bit provocative. I think we need to push transparency and disclosure, but I also think you mentioned consistency. I also would like to hear consolidation sometimes of metrics and standards. And as you say, keep them real, right? Keep those metrics that are relevant for us to act, and be quite ruthless. And the information that we don't need for now, maybe we'll have it later on. Let's focus and balance that effort, right? So that's good. Maybe let's move to risk. Risk, another big topic for banks and for climate. It goes all the way from it as a systemic risk, so stress testing and portfolio analysis, all the way down to the actual single finance transaction risk, right, that we might face. Nasser, how does Citi look in terms of climate action, risk, banking? How do you square that?
Yeah, so risk is a very broad area, and I think number one, you have to understand what risk are you trying to understand, right? And there's a clear distinction, albeit interrelated in the long term. There's a distinction between them in the short term between physical and transition risk. So number one, what are the risks you're trying to understand? Number two is, do you have the tools to understand them? So have you developed the methodologies that are needed to understand transition risk? Some of those will be idiosyncratic by industry, because the drivers of each industry are different. And then physical risk has a whole different suite of tools to be able to understand. And you have to go deep, and then you have to think deeper and de-layer that. Insurance. Insurance is a big topic. For anyone that was at New York Climate Week, practically every session I went to for the entire week was touched upon insurance and what the systemic risks are in insurance. So thinking through second and third order risks is really important. That's in terms of portfolio. Where are your concentrations? What does your portfolio look like? And then how do you actively manage that? And then overlaid onto that are obviously scenarios and stress testing. And scenarios and stress testing in the climate space can actually be very complicated. And building out scenarios and expanding scenarios and understanding the incoherence in scenario outcomes by sector and reconciling them. So that is a big part of understanding the risk dynamic more broadly. And then, as you said, you take it to the deal level, and you have to layer into your credit process implications with respect, or implications as a consequence of climate. Stranded asset risk, for example, insurance risks that I referenced before, regulatory risks that might come into play. Some of these may be BAU, business as usual from the standpoint of credit analysis, but others, there's heightened sensitivity to now. Insurance is an example. And finally, I think one of the bigger challenges is we get a lot of questions around, well, what is our climate risk exposure to the auto sector? And you can rhetorically say, well, the auto sector is all about climate. EVs, how can you think about credit risk in the auto sector if you're not thinking about EVs? So where is that demarcation line between the traditional credit risks that have been over time evolutions of drivers in the industry, both from a risk and opportunity perspective, and climate? At some point that goes gray, which gets me to my final point, which is climate at some point needs to be BAU. It needs to be not a distinct risk discipline, but integrated integrally into how we think about risk in every sector.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree on this. I think, by time this will just be a part of any other normal climate risk analysis, and we'll stop looking at it as a climate risk, because it's just, and we have to think about it that this is also a material risk today. So we're not looking at only the climate risks of the future. This is not a tree hugging exercise to analyze or assess and mitigate its risk. It is something that is very relevant today. The difference is, of course, that we often have longer time horizons, like with scenario analysis. We have to look at least 10 years or further ahead in the future. And then again, just like I've been iterating this whole conversation, is that we just don't have all the data available. So it's not that the knowledge, that the risks are not as material, it's just that we don't have the knowledge, and we haven't realized the transmission channels and how it actually affects these other risk categories.
And that we're still working on, that's for sure. It takes a little bit to embed it into, as I started my introduction, what is the core actually of our operations as banks, right? In our risk models and system. But still on risk, at deal level, you mentioned EVs, even renewable energy sometimes. Here is a little bit of a, again, different question, because when we are here at COP, we're all climate-loving people. It makes a lot of sense. You say, that's the direction of travel, so anything that is green should be, less risky in theory. But then if we take EVs, lately the market has had a little bit of a wobble, not the pace of growth that was expected. So if you're invested there, maybe suddenly you see it a little bit different. We at NIB, we do renewable energy in the Nordics quite a bit. But when you have market price and you have a very open energy market, renewable energy, if you take wind, when it blows a lot of wind and you have a lot of wind, suddenly prices get negative even. So those assets are not making money, so they get into financial trouble. So the capture price, as it's called, is sometimes not so attractive. So what about the traditional risks of green technology and climate technology? Do they always line up? Or sometimes you have counterintuitive setups?
No, they don't always line up. And the challenges around wind and solar renewable energy have been there since renewable energy was scaled, circa 10 years ago, right? In terms of utility scale, wind and solar parks, offshore wind in the UK at massive scale. These are historical asset-based structuring risks, which are technology risks, pricing risks, regulatory risks. And if the market structure around those assets and around the production of whatever those assets produce doesn't result in the type of risk profiles that financial counterparties can finance, then the building of those are going to suffer. Now, you could say, well, at some point, if the faucet is turned off and there's no more credit, the market will align. And it's true, but that will just delay the transition, right? So market pricing around renewable energy has been a challenge. It's not new, it's for some time, right? There's merchant power risk in the US that is challenging for a lot of banks. We have had the feed-in tariff situations in Spain in solar space that long predate our conversation on climate. So the market structure dynamics evolve. I think if you really systemically seek to scale at an accelerated pace the build of renewables, you probably have to have aspects of risk mitigation systemically that are more enabling of unlocking more capital faster.
Yeah, just to, I think you summarized it up very well, just to put in more of a whole economy view perspective. I think also when we look at this, we basically have to look at the transition risks following the transition to a net zero economy and realize that that is also dependent on are we going to have inconsistency in between sector? Are we going to wait very long and then act? And that's what reflected in all those scenario analysis that the banks are doing, that we have to look at what are different countries doing, what is happening in different sectors, are we aligned, are we acting fast enough? So that's like one of the factors that we have to take into account.
Exactly, and Nasser, you also mentioned technology risk, which is another thing looking forward, right? So again, banking sector, relatively conservative sector, highly regulated sector. So whenever I have my discussions with credit risk, in our bank, when we want to finance something new, it's always a bit tricky for a bank. It's always a bit tricky, especially in the hard to abate sector, right? And I guess, if we want to line it up, which is not the topic of today, but then of course, let's say policy stability, support of this type of technology transitions in one way or another, does help for us banks to reduce the perception of technology risk, right? So that's always useful. And then I guess, the big elephant in the room is that, of course, if you start putting some sort of carbon price to the non-green part, that would also facilitate the aspect of risk-reward balancing, right? But those are just other things that maybe it's too much for today. What about pricing? Pricing, which links to risk, right? So when we engage with clients that are doing the right things, that are aligned with our strategies, that they have a nice strategy, can we do anything in terms of pricing as banks? Nasser?
So I personally am not a fan of judgmental distortions in markets. And I look at pricing in sort of two different lenses, and those have to sort of converge. One is we execute in a broader market. So for many of the things we do, there is a market price for credit. And to be competitive as a bank, we need to align with where that market price is. Now, you could argue that if every bank is pricing in more climate or more climate risk, that price will adjust, and that may well be the case. But at the end of the day, the market is the market, number one. Number two is we have capital. Our shareholders demand a certain return on that capital. Like every bank, therefore, we have capital models. And those models help drive how we reconcile whether or not we engage in a situation pursuant to the market price. And so those two remain the drivers of how we think about pricing. I think at this stage in the journey, at this stage in where we are on the runway to decarbonization, it's solving for everything that we've talked about thus far. And I think systemically, if every bank and financial counterparty so solves for it, the pricing dynamic will ultimately be layered into the market as a natural evolution.
And then I guess from your perspective, you see it more as a risk, central bank. If we take on the right risks and we measure them rightly, then that should be reflected inside, right?
Yeah, so kind of like a automatic process. If we would correctly evaluate and assess and try to mitigate, then of course that would be the end result.
Yeah. But pricing is tricky, that's for sure. I mean, we at NIB, when you have we have a green bond program on our funding side. So on the capital markets, we issue green bonds. So on that side, if we do get a small advantage on the green financing, we're able to carry that over on our green lending, right? So there is some mechanism there. It's not very big, to be honest. Surprisingly small, if you think about it. If you think what we discuss here at COP, and then you go out in the capital markets, the delta is not very big. but at least what we do find, we carry over. We try to do that. We've got a few minutes left. Maybe the final thing I want to open up is a little bit the way we manage the portfolios, right? So we discussed that sectors are different. They will have different pace. They face different risks. Geographies are different. Clients will be different. So do you foresee, Nasser, a movement eventually, if we are true as banks to our climate targets, as we approach 2030, are our portfolios going to be tilting, managing, transaction by transaction? Will it actually end up with a different portfolio?
It's hard to say because I think we're still at a very early stage in understanding what the drivers and trajectory of those portfolios, where they will land us, right? It is a short time to 2030, but there are still a lot of things that can happen. So our focus right now is how do we best, and I think, going back to the client conversation is always best as a collaborative conversation. And the best lever we have right now, there are really two levers we have right now in navigating, because that's ultimately your question, navigating 2030. One is to understand where the trajectories of the industry in question are going, where the trajectories of the clients are going based on their own targets, their transition plans, where technology and regulation will take us. Understand where those gaps are. When you total that up, understand where the gaps are vis-a-vis your target, and that becomes the baseline for engaging with clients in terms of where do we go from here. And that's really what we're focused on today. It's where do we go from here in navigating to that collaboratively and collectively.
And then maybe for you, one question, 2 minutes left. So we have targets as banks to 2030. I'm asking you more as a financial regulator, right? These targets they're not regulated targets, right? That we have given them out. Of course, the markets are looking at us. But what about you as a central bank? What if we miss some of those targets? How frustrated will you be? Will you start knocking at our doors and say, come on, guys? How do you see these targets to 2030?
I think the most, to fulfill our mandate as the central bank, like I said, we must make sure that climate risk is within acceptable boundaries within the financial system. So what is important for us is to see that all material risk factors are identified, analyzed, and that we have a clear also risk appetite for each of these factors. I mean, it's not as if we're just doing this because. I just try to put this in a basic perspective. If we look at disclosure on gender diversity on boards, we're not just disclosing, we don't have a target just because we know that it will increase efficiency, it's better overall. And this is we're doing this to manage and mitigate material risk. So as long as that is done in a sufficient manner, of course, then the central bank will be happy, then we'll have financial stability. So
yeah, it's actually a very important point. Risk management, drivers, risk appetite, the net zero 2050 interim 2030 targets may help enable some risk mitigation. But those spheres are a Venn diagram. There's overlap, but there's distinct segments, right? So from a prudential perspective, from a risk management perspective, you have to manage your risk exposure, measure and manage your risk exposure as risk exposure. That is separate from net zero 2030 navigation in terms of your carbon footprint, and the targets are carbon footprint. And as I said, there's an overlapping Venn diagram there, but they are distinct realms.
But will you hit your targets at Citigroup?
We aspire to hit our targets.
What about you then?
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. No, our view, of course, we aim to hit them, right? We aspire. But I think what is important with targets, they are directional. I think that's what is important. They set the ambition and they drive focus in all of that we do in our operations. Hopefully we will hit all of them, but to be honest, even if we miss some of them, if we have done the journey, we have increased transparency, we have pushed it, I think that's still a very good outcome. And that's what I think the targets are there for.
Yeah, I think the targets are exactly that. They sharpen the organizational focus. Nothing has been a greater discipline in forcing the thought process around the levers of decarbonization than the targets. And so let's not lose the forest from the trees. The biggest beneficiary of the net zero paradigm has really been capacity building. Yep. And that's, I think, the biggest win already.
I think time is over. With the words of sharpened focus, I think we can end this session. So please join me in thanking my two colleagues here. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the COP29 in Baku. Welcome to the Nordic Pavilion. And this session is hosted by the Nordic Investment Bank, and it's called Nordic Climate Solutions. We had already one session this morning, which was about the climate strategies of financial institutions. And basically, what we want to do now is actually what the banks can do with the customers. It was quite interesting that when I was thinking about the concept for this event, I had a ABBA song in my head. And this song was from the 70s, and actually it fits well with the Nordic Pavilion because ABBA was, of course, a big Swedish pop act. And the song was "Thank You for the Music." And there is a line in the chorus, which is that without a song or a dance, what are we? And this was the question I was thinking, actually, that what is a bank without customers? Because the fact is that without customers, we cannot really reach the goals we have. The carbon footprint of a bank is tiny. The financed emissions are the key. So what are the projects, what are the companies that the banks are financing? That is when the music starts for the bank. And this is what we want to discuss today. And what we want to do is that we want to simulate a little bit also the discussion that our customers have with us and with banks in general on sustainability. So what is green financing in practice? And basically the idea is that we will have 3 different climate solutions from different sectors, from different countries in the Nordics. And after that, what we are going to do is that we will have our experts asking questions about those solutions. My name is Jukka Honen. I'm head of communications at the Nordic Investment Bank, and I will be moderating this session with you. But we have our lineup here is very good. We have it from different Nordic countries. We have from different sectors. We will start today with Martin Pei, who is the Chief Technology Officer of the SSAB, a major steel producer. Then we have Arna Palsdottir from Reykjavik Energy, Head of Resource Innovation. And then we have Pia Tanskanen from Nokia coming from Helsinki. So this is basically the lineup today. And as I mentioned, after this, our experts, Luca De Lorenzo, will actually give some views that what is it that we look at when we are discussing with companies like yourselves. And at the end, our President and CEO, Andre Kuzvek, will give an overview that what does he look at when these great proposals come to the table with this sustainability analysis. But now we will start with the first climate solution. So Martin Bay, the man of fossil-free steel. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share what we have done at SSAB. Does it work? It works, okay. Yes. As I have just a few slides to describe the journey that we have been doing. As you may all know, that steel is extremely important for the society. However, steel is currently also the industry, one of the heavy emitting industries, emitting around 7% of global CO2 emissions. And that is mainly depending on the technology that is widely used globally. Producing steel from iron ore today really is dominated by using coal or natural gas, fossil fuel, to produce steel from iron ore. And that is creating these emissions. SSAB realized that we need to really drive a technology shift because steel will be needed in order for us to solve the climate challenge. Because steel needs really to be there to make the energy transition, but also producing food and drinking water, and everything needs steel in the future. Steel is also very good because it can be recycled again and again, but the demand of steel worldwide cannot be met only by recycled scrap because it's not enough. So we need to make this technology developments, we can produce steel from iron ore without emissions. And that was the background when we started the hybrid initiative back in 2016. So we realized we cannot do this alone as the company. We need to team up with our partners. So we invited LKB and Vattenfall and jointly created the hybrid initiative. And then we invested heavily in an R&D program. Starting in 2018 was a decision made, and this year during the summer we finished this pilot research program. Very extensive research program. We built the hybrid pilot plant in Luleå, invested in electrolyzers, producing the hydrogen we need to do this research work. We also invested in hydrogen storage pilot, currently still in testing phase. And we managed to produce steel in this way without any fossil emissions. And the first showcase was already made in 2021. And when we teamed up with one of our largest customers, the Volvo Group, who produced this very exciting vehicle. This is using this fossil-free steel. This really showcased that the whole value chain is possible. The technology is there. We need to overcome other obstacles, but we believe this is the way that we can do. And moving onwards from that, we also collaborated with a big number of other customers in various segments. Of course, mobility is the first major segment, but also in construction, general manufacturing, and so on. So this has been a very good journey, and we show that we can make steel from iron ore with, in principle, zero CO2 emissions. That is the work we have done so far. Based on these, results, and we have also protected the IP so others cannot stop us. SSAB board decided to accelerate our transition target. Because in 2019 at the United Nations Climate Summit in New York, our CEO announced that SSAB aims at becoming carbon neutral before 2045. That mainly to support the Swedish and the Finnish national goals to become carbon neutral in 2045 and 2035 in Finland, very aggressive. And then we thought that, okay, 2045, we can really manage it. But now our plan is actually accelerated, so we will be decarbonizing our Nordic production system in Sweden and Finland around 2030. So that is really aggressive. The reason why we have been able to do this is that we realize that there is a strong customer demand. So this is possible. Our board made decision last May to do the first step in auxiliary zone in 2026. So the construction is ongoing. And then earlier this year, in April, we made the largest decision ever for a CapEx project. That is to invest a new mill in Luleå. We are right now waiting for the environment permit for that. And the preparation work has been ongoing for quite a while. So the target is to get that mill started up in 2028. In addition to that, LKB has a plan to build the first scale-up hybrid facility in Gällivare. So we do this transition in a synchronized way. And we still need to make a decision to make the transition in Røe, but we hope that will come soon. Our target is to do this around 2030. And in the meantime, our customers cannot wait, so we have 2 steel mills in the US, where we have already last year started to deliver what we call SAB Zero based on recycled scrap, and using biogas and biocoal instead of natural gas and fossil carbon, where we can make steel with scope 1, scope 2 emissions below 50 kilos per ton, which is probably the most aggressive reduction target so far. And that product is on the market. We delivered around 100,000 tons last year, and now we hope we can grow this volume. In the meantime, we're waiting for the hybrid scale-up facility. So the journey is already on, and we are right now really committed to do this. Just summarize, as I already mentioned, this is important for SSAB, a steel company, because we need to support also our customers who need to decarbonize their value chain. Steel is not a commodity that is a consumer product. Our customers, most of them have very aggressive targets, and they are waiting to get this. So the customer demand is number one reason. And the second is, of course, SSAB need to decarbonize to take away the emission to support Swedish and Finnish goals. And also one component is that when we do this transition, we will avoid the CO2 emission cost. It's going to be very significant cost otherwise. And third, invest in this technology shift makes us also possible to utilize our capital in a more better way, because otherwise we will need to invest in our current systems, which don't give any benefits. So that is what I want to say. Thank you very much for.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that the yellow box on your slide is extremely impressive, that SSAB accounts for 10% of the emissions in Sweden and Finland. Is this the Raahe plant?
So the Raahe is the 7%.
Yeah. I think it was actually Urho Kekkonen, the Finnish president at the time, who was skiing around the place and said that this is where we should have the plant. So those were the times. Okay, and now we have the Luca De Lorenzo, who is our head of sustainability and mandate, and now he would like to ask you some questions that what would he take up with discussion with you if you would be coming to have a loan from NIB?
You need a mic.
Yeah.
Hi, Martin. Don't worry, we're going to try and act this. Okay. It's not. We're not actually doing a transaction, but nevertheless, when we look at SSAB, we would look at our own climate strategy. And you would belong to a sector where we actually have a target as a bank. And our target for 2030 would be science-based, is an intensity target, and it's 0.87 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. So how does your company relate to that target?
Does that include scope 3?
No, 1 and 2.
1 or 2, okay. So 1 or 2, I mean, when we do this investment program, we will come essentially almost to zero. Because per ton of steel, our remaining emissions, as we wrote on one of the slides, with the hybrid technology will be around 25 kilos.
Exactly.
But we are now committed as a company to also to include scope 3. So we are right now working with the science-based targets, and next year we will make that ready to report also scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 emissions are very complicated for a steel company. We have so many different source of material, services, and so on. But we are committed to decarbonize as far as it is possible.
Great. So from our perspective, you would be welcome in our portfolio, right? And then maybe just a more technical question. You know, you will use a lot of hydrogen.
Yes.
So how do you plan to actually produce that hydrogen? How does it come into the equation?
Yeah. Yes. We are planning to produce hydrogen and building electrolyzer plants using the fossil-free electricity we have in northern Sweden, northern Finland. The first big, as I said, in the hybrid pilot plant, we have built 2 electrolyzer stacks to do these pilot trials. In the first step, LKB is planning to build a very large electrolyzer plant in Gällivare to supply hydrogen to really drive this hybrid facility, produce sponge iron. And this is what we believe in our situation in Sweden and Finland will be the case instead of shipping in hydrogen because we have locally electricity available. That is how we are planning to do.
Excellent. I'll stop there. Okay. Of course, the due diligence would be a little bit more extensive, but this for today is fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it sounds promising, and I have understood that you need to move to the next place with the speed of man of steel. That because you are in demand here. But thank you very much, Martin, for your kind presentation. And then I would say that Luca, you could take the seat on the podium. Yeah. And then next we are going to move to Iceland, and we are going to move to Reykjavik Energy, and we have Arna Palsdottir, who will be now presenting Icelandic climate solutions. Maybe do you want to show change it to yourself, these slides? It's the red, the green button.
Thank you. The green one? All right. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be here today with you. So my name is Arna Palsdottir. I'm the head of resource innovation at Reykjavik Energy. And the climate solution that I'll be discussing today is geothermal district heating, which we're very familiar with and have had for quite a while in Iceland. But first, a little bit about Reykjavik Energy. So Reykjavik Energy is the second largest energy producer in Iceland, and we are the largest provider of geothermal energy in Iceland. We have an installed capacity of 420 megawatts electric power coming from geothermal, and about 1.2 gigawatts thermal of geothermal. And the district heating system in Iceland, or in Reykjavik and the surrounding communities, started being built up in the 1930s, actually. And it's been a long journey to build out that system, and it was really done in a stepwise manner, where we start by finding a geothermal resource, and then harnessing that resource, and then supplying that to our customers. And we're lucky in a way that the demand for geothermal has sort of always been there in Iceland. As soon as the first communities were connected, people even started setting up bootleg connections to the system. So the demand was always there. So it was more just about us finding the resources and harnessing them and supplying our customers with it. Now, looking at the climate impact of the geothermal district heating systems that we have, and note that we serve about 70% of the population of Iceland with geothermal district heating, or Reykjavik Energy does. So as I mentioned before, the start of the system was in the 1930s, but we unfortunately only have data back to about the 1960s. And here we are comparing to what was the status quo before we started geothermal district heating, and that was heating with oil and coal in Iceland. So this is just kind of a fun comparison of what the CO2 emissions that we would have had we not switched over to geothermal heating. And the blue bars show us the annual CO2 emissions that we would have had, and the orange line shows us the cumulative emissions that we would have had. But the theme of today at COP is finance. So I wanted to show you that this is not just a climate decision that we took, and it was actually in the 1930s people were not thinking about the climate at all. There was, of course, discussion on sort of clean cities, of having clean air for the citizens of Reykjavik to breathe, so removing coal from people's homes. But it really wasn't, there was no discussion about abating CO2 at this point. It was really about the economics. And the economic benefit of geothermal heating in Iceland is huge. And so here we are comparing the utility revenues in blue with the corresponding oil bill that we would have had in orange, and then we have the avoided costs there in green. And what I want you to take away from this graph is there's two things. One is that geothermal in every case is cheaper than heating with oil is. And then you can see that having this local source of energy, of heating, that really isolates us from the fluctuations in the oil market, and it provides us with happy consumers with a great quality of life. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. And Luca, now it's your chance to have a debate with Reykjavik Energy.
Thank you. I really like this panel, by the way. No, so you would also fit in our climate strategy. Power and heat sector is one of the sectors we also have a target on for 2030. And I've already checked, and you do fit that emission target, so that's straightforward. But my question, half technical and half forward-looking. Mm-hmm. So you satisfy currently the demand required. Do you see demand for heat or power, mainly heat in your case, going up in Iceland? And would you be able to satisfy that? And even if demand was not growing that much, how do you actually run the geothermal asset? You need to replenish the wells, drill every now and again. How do you work with that?
Very great questions. So, yeah, this was sort of looking to the past and looking back all the way to the 1930s. So we're almost at the point of, I think it was 1928 that we drilled the first well, and the first people got geothermal heating in our communities. So that's about 100 years. So we in the heating sector of our company, we tried to set a strategy looking 100 years ahead and securing resources for the next 100 years. And what we're really trying to meet there is there's no real growth in the demand for heat that's not just fueled by the growth of the population. So we see that directly correlating. And yeah, what we've done is because to use geothermal resources, you really need to it's a long-term process. You need to research the resource, and then you need to harness it, and then you need to bring it to the customer. So we set up a timeline for both the resources that we're going to use in the future, securing all the licenses and rights for us to use them, and then we have a timeline for when we hit this demand, that's when we need to start researching that resource that we now have, and to make sure that it's online 20 years from now, maybe. So that's sort of the path for that. Then turning to the technical point of how we manage those resources, we sort of have two types of geothermal resources in Iceland. We have what we call low temperature resources. That's reaching up to about 150 degrees C for us. That's low temp in Iceland. And then we have our high temperature resources. So that's above 150 degrees C. And the difference between those two resources is really that in the low temperature resources, we drill a well, and then we put a pump into the well, and then we pump the resource out. And those resources we run in what I would call a sustainable manner. where when the demand is high in the wintertime, we take more out of the resource than in the summertime, and in the summertime the resource gets time to get replenished, and the maintenance is, it's fairly easy. It's switching out pumps in the wells maybe every 10, 20 years, but the wells have been, servicing us for 30. I think the oldest wells are about 50 years old, still operational. So that's I'd say the easier part of our operation. And then we have our geothermal power plants, which are in these high temperature resources. And there we have an over-pressurized resource. So we drill a well into the ground, and we don't pump the geothermal fluid out of the ground. It comes out. Yeah. And then in that resource, we have, as soon as you poke a hole in that over-pressurized resource, the pressure starts dropping. So there we're continuously drilling new wells. And I think we're drilling about 16 wells in the next few years. I'm looking at some people getting nods. 16 wells in the next few years to maintain production from that resource. But that's a resource that we are slowly depleting and need to replenish and like drill makeup wells. So yeah, it's a sort of a different beast.
Very good, thank you. You're also very welcome in our portfolio.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Arna. And now we move from Reykjavik to Helsinki, or to Espoo. I don't know if you, Nokia headquarters in Espoo.
It is in Espoo.
Yes, exactly. And Nokia has been connecting people for a very long time. But now you can give your pitch. That what is it? What is Nokia's climate solution?
Okay, thank you. And we've been connecting people for a long time. Company actually will turn 160 years next year. So it's a big celebration. So I will explain how climate and Nokia business is related to each other. And we think it in two different ways. What's the handprint of our business and what's the footprint of our business? So handprint is really the company purpose, why we are here. So what are the products and services that we are providing to our customers and to society? And this is really how connectivity can help others, all of us, societies, people all around the world, and also the businesses, different industries, to become more sustainable. From climate sense to be more energy-wise, resource efficient, more climate, to help them to decarbonize. But then the other side of the coin, if you wish, is the footprint. So all the industries, businesses leave a footprint behind. So this means how do you work in your value chain to really minimize all the negative impact? How can you minimize the energy usage? How can you turn to more renewable, decarbonized energy? How can you use all the natural resources in more efficient way? So really minimize the footprint across the value chain and then maximize the handprint. So the purpose of your business, what can you deliver to your customers and to the society? So this is how we see the climate, really maximizing handprint, minimizing the footprint. So a couple of really key levers how to minimize the footprint. So we have set ourselves a target to be net zero by 2040, and that's across it's science-based target aligned net zero target, which means that it covers Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. And the main levers, if I start from the low carbon electricity, is because our products, the connectivity, digitalization needs energy. So whenever you take your phone, you connect with the internet, you use Nokia devices behind there, providing the connectivity between the different devices. So, and these, all of them need electricity. So we need to have renewable or decarbonized electricity all over the world, in every corner of the world, to really make digitalization decarbonized and to help all of us to reach net zero goals. But for us, very important driver and lever is naturally our product design and innovation. So we're developing new technology generations all the time. So how to make those generations of technology smarter, how to make them more efficient, how they are being manufactured and how they are operating. And this is really about the silicon, it's about software features, putting resources on sleep when they are not needed, all of these things. So really holistic view on product design. And it's about energy and material efficiency naturally. How do we work with our suppliers? How do we cascade targets that we have set ourselves to our suppliers? And then really importantly, how do we work with our customers? So then we can also look at the decarbonization across the whole value chain, because this is really an industry sector level challenge. And then the last but not least really is the most new topic, which is the carbon market, carbon removals, because not everything can be mitigated, so there will be always some remaining emissions. And then how can we set good strategies and programs to really use carbon credits in the future to mitigate the remaining and neutralize the remaining emissions. And then that was about footprint, and the handprint is then really how to help others to become in their journey for net zero. And we nowadays work not only with our traditional customers that are the CSPs, the communication service providers, telecom operators, but really a lot with different industrial sectors. And there we see a huge potential how can digitalization help other industries to become more climate-friendly, resource-efficient. Energy industry, we talk about adding more renewables in the grid, solar, wind, but it's not always sun, it's not always shining, and wind is not always there. So we need smart grids that will be then providing this flexibility to add different types of energy in the grid to provide the good electricity. Smart cities, lots of examples on how the logistics can be made more efficient, all of that to really reduce the emissions in the cities. And then the manufacturing industries. Different type of manufacturing industries are using more and more digitalization, which will help them to avoid waste, for example. I can give an example from our own factory in Oulu, North Finland, where we have digital sensors in every phase of the factory. So the colleagues over there, they can even look from their mobile phone when they are back home or in the summer cottage to see, okay, now something starts to go wrong, let's do something, act immediately. So we're not creating waste in the process because you know immediately if something is going to go wrong, not to wait like 100,000 products being produced and then you go back and fix it. That's really a lot of efficiency savings. And then as we are in COP conference, environmental monitoring, so how can we develop digital services to do early warning systems and all that for the environmental monitoring. So that was really our approach, maximize handprint, minimize footprint across the value chain.
All right, thank you, Pia. Now, Luca, what would be your questions to Nokia?
Absolutely, and maybe I should start by saying that we have a long relationship with Nokia, and of course, at Nordic Investment Bank, we have two mandates. One is productivity, and one is environment. And of course, our relationship has focused primarily on productivity historically. So of course, we see your products as providing digitalization connectivity to our economies, which is a great driver for productivity and economic growth. And we've been financing R&D, so that worked all the way. But now we are at COP, and also in the last conversations we have had with you as a client, we looked also at the environmental side of things, right? And you mentioned a couple of things, for example, efficiency of your products. So would you be able to give me an idea of the, let's say, efficiency growth, so the consumption decrease in your products recently and maybe going forward? Do you still have margin to reduce consumption?
So efficiency is really important, and that's really important for both for the business, productivity, efficiency, cost savings, but it's also important for the environmental measurements. Efficiency can be looked from many different perspectives. One is that what we see in R&D products, always our engineers try to make them smaller, using less materials. And there's a huge impact on, well, embodied emissions, manufacturing-related emissions, logistics, you transport less, and also health and safety. When you are installing your systems, it's easier when you have lighter products. But it's efficiency also in the energy efficiency. Each time you read our press release, you see this and this many percentage points down in the power consumption. So this is really a key driver for the R&D to make the products from the power consumption perspective more efficient all the time. And this is important because what you see is the increased demand on the data. So we don't really, we need more data in the society, in the businesses, in the industries all the time. So really we couldn't, if we wouldn't be making the products more efficient, I don't know if there would be a business case for the products, because data really is growing, the data needs are growing.
No, will be one more, yes.
One more. No, the other thing we really like about working with you is that you have this handprint also, because of course your products also enable very much in other sectors, which are also our clients, the possibility for them to decarbonize. You mentioned your own example. Could you give us an example of a client that uses your products and is able to somehow reduce their footprint?
So there are many sectors that we work with from many different types of industrial sectors. What is a challenge is really to get really good numbers in the how much emissions are being saved. So what was the situation before digitalization and after? So we worked across the industry in EU-funded programs actually to trying to develop a measurement system. We've been hearing here all the way key, it's data is the key, setting targets and understanding the data, setting a common frameworks, how to calculate, how to measure is really important. So it's something that we work heavily on. We have some ways to calculate how the, for example, ports, mines, what are the benefits when they increase digitalization there. So we see lots of these kind of benefits, not only from environment, but also health and safety perspective. Not sending people somewhere in the industrial conditions, but having, for example, monitoring, digital monitoring to check how the processes are going. Automation really is giving a lot of benefits in that sense as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pia. And now we make a swap. We will swap so that the NIB president, Andre Kysvek, will be on stage. And Luca will be sitting in the audience. And now what we imagine is now that Luca has had these dialogues with the customer, with the potential customers. And his team has made an analysis that, okay, this is good, this is good, this is good. Could they do there a little bit better? And this whole analysis is in the credit proposal, which is then going to the committee, which Andre is chairing. After that, it goes to the board and then make the final decision. It's big amounts of money. They're kind of, could be 100 million euro. So now, Andre, when you would see these credit proposals and you would see Luca's work embedded in that, how would you look at that and how does it kind of, in the overall decision when you are granting a loan, because NIB is a bank, it's a financial institution, what are the other factors that you need to look at when you are granting a loan?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the panel and for the discussion. As Jukka said, without the song and dance, what are we? So thank you for the music, so to say. We, for most parts, we work as a bank, as a commercial bank. But we do take a much longer term view and we have that purpose really at the forefront. So our purpose is not so much the P as profit, but our purpose is basically the mandate. And as I'm here, not as president and CEO of the bank, but really the chair of the credit committee, we actually call our credit committee Mandate, Credit and Compliance Committee. So what we really look at in this kind of a maybe timeline of a new project proposal, number one, we look at the counterpart. You know, what is the expertise, the track record, but also the reputation of the counterpart. Then we look into the mandate, straight as number two. You know, where is the money going to be used, or what sort of longer term target in case of sustainability linked loans, for instance, the client is having, and whether that's something that aligns with what we think is the policy goal. And we also sometimes try to add a little bit of ambition maybe to your own targets to take you one step further to what, you know, maybe one step further where you would feel comfortable. But we, of course, it's an agreement. Then the next thing we look at is, of course, we try to credit analyze you. So we basically have an internal rating. Some of the clients, of course, also have an external rating, but we kind of match that internally and think what sort of credit risk we are taking. Then we go into structuring of the product and how we agree the loan agreement. And then finally, very finally, we try to price it, which is also something that is financially sustainable. It's because we don't want to undercut other financiers. That's number one. But secondly, also, of course, you know, we cannot subsidize really as being owned by governments and effectively taxpayers yourself. We don't want to subsidize. So we want to help you out, do longer term things, add value, be value adding, but really try to price more or less commercially that we both can live with.
Thank you, Andre. Now we have been asking you questions, and I'm just wondering that when you have been listening now to how the bank is looking at the entities like you, that do you have any message to the financial world or to the banks like the NIB? What is that they could do better?
I think at least this helps a lot internally, having this relationship, also adding sustainability viewpoints in the financial discussions. We nowadays have a team in our Chief Finance Officer's team who's working with ESG-related topics, and I'm at least learning a lot from the colleagues with totally with financial background. And I think we really need people from very different expertise come together and really work together, and that's how things will move forward.
Yeah, I think it's always good to hear that our counterpart, the bank, also has their own climate goals, because we put a lot of effort in our operations into not just being green and into the sustainability of operations, but also about also into accreditation and getting the accreditation so that we can get green financing. So it's good to hear that the goals align. Yeah.
And very often internally I use that argument to my colleagues, saying, look, we need to learn with the clients, but also from the clients. And I'm really happy that in the Nordic region, also the corporates are looking forward to build more sustainable ways of operation.
So thank you. Actually, the song that I was referring to at the beginning, it starts that I'm nothing special, I think I'm a bit of a bore. When I tell a joke, you have probably heard it before. So that's very much like the life of a banker, actually. But as discussed many times, that you bring the music to our bank. But then maybe all these cases that we have discussed now are basically very good cases for a bank or for a financial institution to finance. But they are, of course, much more difficult cases, and then they take more time as well. So that's actually also that we are doing quite well with the timing of this event, because these IC discussions, these are very, very good companies. They have really, really good projects that they are presenting to us. So I think we can close this session by one last question. It's much more general, which goes beyond your solutions, the solutions for the whole climate challenge. That, very briefly, do you think that we can and we will solve the climate challenge? Arna?
Yeah, of course. I think we will. I mean, I think we have all of the technical solutions, and then the goals are set, and that's what's been going on during COP during all these years, and now we're at the point of how are we going to finance this? So that's really where you guys come in. How are we going to finance this revolution? But yeah, of course I'm a technical person, so I say of course we can do it.
Andre, Pia, maybe.
I also believe in human innovation, and another, as we are in the Nordic Pavilion, another Appa song comes to my mind, which is you can dance, you can chive, which means that you can do it. So.
Yeah, it's a dancing queen, isn't it? Yeah. Andre.
So I would maybe be a little bit more academic here and say Albert Einstein has once said that if you can dream it, you can do it. And I think we can, and we can do it together. It all boils down to people effectively and implementation.
So with this positive outlook, I would like to close this session. So big applause for all the speakers. And thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon everyone, and welcome to all of you online. Very pleased that you can join us here at the COP. We're in Baku. I guess you all know that, right? So we're here really to have a very interesting discussion. Very pleased to have some great speakers here, and we're going to talk about clean cooking. We're going to talk about future growth scenarios as relate to clean cooking. It's a very important topic, as we're all very much aware. I'd just like to say a few words before we start to introduce the subject, and welcome to all of you. We are the Nordic Environment Finance Corporation, NEFCO. We are managing a program called the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. And that pretty much says what we do. We work with higher tier clean cooking solutions, and we work in 6 African countries. And we've been doing this for about 3 years. We're supported by funding from Sweden, from Norway, from the European Union. We work with private sector companies, we provide them with results-based financing, and we support them to scale in the higher tier segment of this market. Today we have 14 companies that we work with. We will hear from one of them today. We also rely very much on not only our donors, but also very important ecosystem actors and advisors. So hopefully we'll have a good conversation this afternoon. So I'm not going to talk too much. I'd like to really hand the floor straight away to Hans Olaf Ibrek, who is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway. So Hans Olaf, if you would say some words for us to introduce the topic.
Thank you, Ash. Can I close the computer here, or if I don't destroy anything? Thank you very much. We are gathered here today to discuss maybe I would say the most overlooked development problem with relatively easy solutions, and it has not received any political attention so far. Our masters, when they meet to discuss energy, in essence they're discussing electricity and not energy at large. And they definitely don't add clean cooking in their discussions, unfortunately. So for me then, this has always been an issue that we've tried to champion. The Norwegian government has consistently supported clean cooking, and it hasn't been easy, I have to admit, because there are lots of myths and challenges associated with supporting clean cooking activities. But I think actually 2024 could possibly be a turning point, or at least a small turning point for the issue of clean cooking. In May this year, IEA, together with Norway and Tanzania and the African Development Bank, actually convened a clean cooking summit for Africa. More than 1,000 delegates gathered in Paris. I've actually, when we discussed clean cooking before, the room has been about this size and the number of people as we see today. But in Paris, there were more than 1,000 people gathered to discuss this issue of clean cooking. New commitments were made. At least it's a step on the road towards taking further action. And now I'm hoping then at COP29 that we can also get an acknowledgement of clean cooking. Of course, if you allow me to say a little bit about the COP process, when it took our colleagues 26 COPs to put coal on the agenda, 27 to put renewable energy on the agenda, 28 to put fossil fuel on the agenda. At least I'm hoping that on the 29th COP we will be able to put clean cooking on the agenda. Because even though the number varies, it is actually about, I've seen 1.6 gigatons. So it's a huge emission reduction potential, and it's probably one of the cheapest and easiest things to do. So let's also go, I think, in that direction and convince our negotiators and the presidency to put this issue also in whatever outcome statement there will be from this COP. We are also working hard, before I got into the real topics here, another initiative that the World Bank and African Development Bank have launched is the Mission 300. Again, the focus is on electricity. I've not heard the masters behind that hardly talk about clean cooking at all, but it's not only about electricity. We need to also include clean cooking. IDA 21, the first document we got, had 39 references to electricity, 2 to clean cooking, and those were in an annex. We have actually worked hard now to move it from the annex into the main text and main priority areas. But again, that underscores that we are still not there. We need to work with institutions. So I'm really glad that NEFCO has taken on this issue. I started working with NEFCO way back in the early 90s, actually. So I probably have a longer history with NEFCO than anybody else in this room. So it has been, for me, a really great institution to work with, because in essence, at least in the old times, they're providing highly needed equity to companies. That was, of course, focused on Central and Eastern Europe. So are we at this tipping point? I think we are approaching it, but we need to work a lot harder in order to get there. We need to work, of course, with financing, and today the key emphasis will be on using carbon markets. I think there is a great potential that we need to tap into here. But of course, the carbon market and clean cooking has been under fire lately, to put it bluntly. And I think we need then to work more actively to get some of these issues right. And also in Paris, we the industry came together and adopted some principles for responsible carbon finance, and I'm quite sure they will be presented more in detail at this event. So for me, this is an area that we really need to look into. From the Norwegian side, of course, we are extremely pleased that we got a decision on Article 6 when the COP started, and we've been involved in Article 6 corporations. And of course, I'm hoping that we can also include no clean cooking in our Article 6 corporations going forward. Of course, there are a lot of issues that we need to address jointly together, but for me the most important thing is that we move this issue forward, and because it's so important for development. I don't need to add or to spell out why this is important, but of course it is for gender, overall for development and health. And today it's I don't see anyone dressed in pink, but it's actually the pink day at the COP. At least all the, there you have it. All the negotiators have been asked to wear some pink. I forgot my pink shirt. But anyway, so that underscores that this is also a gender and a health issue, as well as an energy issue. We need to make sure that we find the owner of this problem. And I think that is the challenge we're faced with. There's no one really owning this problem because it falls between the cracks, because the agenda is owned by so many people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think you raised so many very important issues there, and I think this challenge that we face, of things falling between the chairs is definitely a real one. I think the other thing you mentioned, and it's great that you also highlighted. It's great that you also highlighted the challenge, the Paris meeting, and I think the International Energy Agency deserves some credit for raising this up, and we really hope that this finally is that turning point that many of us who've been working with clean cooking for so long really want to see. And I think we're here to talk about climate finance because we believe that can be a game changer going forwards. So I'm just going to say, I think in terms of the key messages from this discussion, I think we're going to talk a little bit about the transition to clean cooking. I mentioned that we're working very much with higher tier solutions. We know that this has a big impact that's made towards climate resilience. We'll hear more about that. It's going beyond some of the carbon issues that we deal with, sustainable development impacts, the gender impacts that we've heard about. And of course, deforestation. That's something that we haven't talked about so much, the avoided deforestation issues that we're all facing. And I think the other issue is that in order to go from the focus that we've had in the past on so-called improved cook stoves, not to denigrate that technology at all, we're talking about the use of traditional biofuels and so forth, and using less of those fuels, really to move towards the higher, what we would call the modern cooking solutions. And we'll hear more about that. So I think I'll move in directly to our panelists. We have three practitioners in this field. I'll move first of all to Maggie. Maggie, you're the head of the gold standard, which is a very important standard setter in this area. And I'd like to ask you three questions, and I'll ask the same three questions actually to our industry representative next, right? So really, just to say that, of course, the carbon market, I think it was alluded to before, the carbon market has suffered, to put it mildly, a crisis of confidence. Particularly in the clean cooking space, and we know many of us will be familiar with that situation. Maybe if you could just highlight the work of your organization in terms of helping to rebuild that. Secondly, how can this translate into higher prices? We know that the project economics of clean cooking are very challenging, and we know that carbon can make an important contribution. So how can we raise the prices to the levels that we need to support the base of pyramid customers? And it's an optional question, I'm not sure we'll have time, but yeah, maybe if you could also comment on the role of tech, of innovation. We know there's a lot going on in terms of stove use monitoring and other technologies. Maybe if you could raise a few comments around that, and yeah, so I'll pass directly to you, Maggie, please.
Great, thank you, and thank you for having me here. So I'm going to have a hard time remembering all three questions, so if I go off track, please remind me. So first of all, the markets suffered, but it's not just clean cooking, but in general with the confidence level. So I think it's quite important because we often get into the discussion of integrity. But is it really just the project integrity that's building that confidence? I think it's a wider conversation. I'm actively involved with the market stakeholders because in order for this market to work, and before I jump into the clean cooking in specifics, in order for this to work, the entire value chain of impact delivery agents, from project developers, the local communities, all the way to intermediaries and the demand side, the buyers, all have to act in good faith with good best practices. So right now, there's a lot of effort put into the supply side where, you know, the ICVCM, the meta standards are being developed. So the CCP label is going to help to boost the confidence of clean cooking projects going forward, and we're anxiously waiting for ICVCM's decision on some of the methodologies that we put forward for approval. And there's also there's another sort of corner we need to turn, which is the FNRB value. So clarity from UNFCCC will definitely help us to bring that stability to the market, which will lead to confidence by the buyers. And I have a lot to say on that, but I'll probably save that for later. And so gold standard's basically been sort of working in all fronts of that value chain, trying to work with different stakeholders to, one, as a standard setter, we need to make sure our standard is up to date, is the best, and also servicing that confidence at a project integrity level. Obviously, those projects that have been with us for very long know how difficult our safeguarding principles are to follow and how onerous the SDG requirements are. But that's going to be all part of that confidence building exercise. So I think the market will correct itself with all these clarities coming through, and we are actively engaging with all those decision bodies and meta standards and also the local stakeholders to make sure we move in that direction. I think your second question is a billion-dollar question. Because how do we reflect all of that hard effort into price? Because I talked about integrity, I'm not sure any one of us can define what integrity means without understanding how this is being used, right? So you can have the highest, you called it high-tier projects, and yet the buyer may use it for wrong purpose or a uncredible claim, then the whole project is at risk in how much ever we try. So I think there's an important distinction that we need to make is, yes, we can work on the integrity side of the projects, but then how can we get that reflected in pricing? It is a massive challenge. So it's something that I'm also looking to the audience. If anyone has great idea, I'm willing to, take that effort forward. Because the sad reality today is that the buyer's side's claim guidance is not clear. It's not regulated, it's not clear. And therefore, while that clarity is not being made, we're trying to build high integrity portfolio of projects. So how do we bridge that gap? And today, no one can tell me if a project meets all these criteria, I'm going to pay 10 times more the price. If that is there, I think that's maybe there is cases, very informed buyers, but in general, there's a struggle. So yes, we need to get to that high-tier projects, but one thing I do want to highlight is there is a use for those improved cook stoves in many outside of major cities. It's critical. I've visited a few schools where they're not part of the grid, and therefore they often go without electricity for days. And should those children not be fed? So those improved cook stoves make a huge difference in that institutional cooking setting. So I think there's definitely context to different solutions in different national, subnational, local contexts. So I just wanted to highlight that part and how technology impacts this whole world of clean cooking is we have, I think in the audience we have authors of the metered methodology that we launched, and obviously Tom's probably going to speak more to the project, but we have great projects that are trying to improve the MRV aspects of that through a metered cook stove so that you can get a real-time, real transparent data into your report. So I think technology will have huge impact in bringing that confidence level up and therefore being reflected in the price that these projects deserve to receive.
Well, thank you so much, Maggie. I think you highlighted all the important issues there. Just to mention also, I think interesting you used the term market correction. Maybe the whole scandal that we've gone through is actually a correction. Maybe that's where we need to be. Thanks also for highlighting the issue of the, I guess more broadly about the way of pricing in sustainable development impacts. And that's always been a challenge. Being involved in the carbon market for so long, we used to talk about the role of charismatic carbon. This idea that you would have a great story, a great narrative that would allow you to sell your carbon at a higher price, but there was no rationale behind that. It was very qualitative, and I think this issue still remains. How do you price in all those co-benefits? How do you price in the gender impacts? How do you price in the avoided deforestation? But we're seeing now, and thanks for highlighting, we're seeing that the role of tech and particularly the stove use monitoring could play a part in that by building some of those integrity questions into our discussion. Okay, so thanks so much for that. We may come back to you a bit later on for more on that. So I now hopefully, Tom, you're there, right? Can you hear us, Tom? Yeah. Okay, you'll get the mic in a second, but just really keen to have Tom Price from EcoSafi, alias the Better Cooking Company, right? On board. And Tom, I'd like to ask you really the same questions that I posed to Maggie. So, the carbon market, crisis of confidence, how do we rebuild? How do we get back to where we want to be in terms of that? Was it a market correction? Secondly, how do we translate it to higher prices? I know you guys are out there working with this, so maybe if you could share some of your thoughts on that. And finally, anything on the role of technology. So I'll pass over to you directly.
Great. Excuse me. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in the room in person. I know there's a bunch of friends that we wanted to see. I think Liz Rumanika is from Uganda. We're going to be working with there. Hans Olaf said something really important, which is this is, the most overlooked way to impact on climate. I believe it is the case that the largest source of CO2 emissions per household in much of the developing world is just making dinner. It's more CO2 than the entire global aviation industry. So if we're going to solve climate, we have to solve this. The crisis in confidence in the market is, I think, a reflection of the fact that there were many challenges in how the market has approached things in the past. For people that haven't had a chance to look at it yet, the University of California, Berkeley, which published some research on this topic earlier this year, has published a fantastic website you can find on the Berkeley Carbon Trading Project website with very detailed guidance for buyers and developers on how to create the highest integrity and therefore highest value projects. And I want to shout out Maggie and the team at Gold Standard. The metered and measured methodology, I think, is universally agreed to be the gold standard, if you will, of methodologies in terms of high integrity, and how it speaks to our experience, I think, is informative. For those that don't know, we are a fuel utility company. We make a stove. We sell fuel made out of agricultural byproducts. And we became the first metered and measured project that issued credits in Africa in May, 2 days before the Paris event. And the day after that, we became the first and so far only A-rated cook stove project in the world, according to ratings agency B0. So we used UC Berkeley's best practice recommendation, including the best methodology, and have had this outcome. And we have now signed one, and we're about to sign a second multi-year offtake agreement for our emissions reductions at $35 a piece. For reference, that's more than 10 times the market price. And what that says to us, and we believe there's going to be more to follow that. What that says to us is that sophisticated buyers understand there's a fundamental difference between a project that is able to, like we do, measure and track every kilo of clean cooking fuel sold, and then measure how the device was used, and in so doing, prove whether or not the impact took place. FNRB is a big challenge, but it is the rule of the game that we're all playing. And one way that technology can help overcome that, as in our case, is having a much more efficient stove. So this is a biomass cook stove. It cooks like using firewood or charcoal. It's just, obviously, it's very clean. It's a tier 4, tier 5 stove. But it's having that super efficient stove and a strict methodology, and then tracking the utilization that has allowed us to secure multi-year contracts at $35 a piece. And that in turn makes it possible for us to deliver an exceptionally clean cooking solution at a price that is half the cost of cooking with charcoal. And so I think that technology, and I want to give a shout out to our friends at Emerging Cooking Solutions in Zambia, who I know is also an MCFA grantee for their help in helping us figure out how to make this stove. Better technology, better tracking, better reporting of the impacts makes it possible to generate a level of value for the emissions reductions that has not been seen before in this sector. And so having now twice reached multi-year agreements at this high price, we know that it's possible to deliver truly clean cooking that costs people less than what they're paying now, enabled by carbon finance. Any market grows in sophistication over time. And in the same way that, you know, Henry Ford said you could have any color of Model T as long as it was black. And now today we have, of course, I don't even know how many kinds of cars. As the market grows in sophistication and technology allows greater and greater differentiation, we're going to have a proliferation of solutions that can deliver true impact. It has to be a marriage between the cooking solution, the methodology, and the way to prove the impact so that we can overcome both the skepticism from the buyers and the reduction in FNRB. FNRB basically, you know, if they're not starting with a 3 or a 4, there's probably closer scrutiny that needs to be taken into what those metrics are. But we've demonstrated that it is possible to generate significant recurring revenue from climate finance to deliver clean cooking if we use the right stack of technology and methodology. And so, again, thanks to MCFA for your support of our work. Thanks to the Gold Standard for bringing forward the metered and measured methodology. It really has been a game changer, and I think the evidence is clear that it's going to be a significant driver of value and of impact.
Okay, thank you so much, Tom, for those insights. Really interesting to see, the fact that you're offering a pretty high-tech solution for half the cost of current fuels. Interesting also to hear that you're a fuel company first and foremost, and that to see that the manner in which you subsidize your programs really is to try to get to the base of pyramid customers, and that's really where we want to try and end up. In time. I mean, we know that there are challenges. You also highlighted very much the role of the technological innovation that we discussed earlier on, and I think this is getting to the core of what we're trying to achieve in order to achieve the integrity that we discussed and to overcome the skepticism that you mentioned. And I think this broader issue around how we accommodate or at least recognize all those important sustainable development impacts is critical, because we're here at a climate conference, but nothing's going to change the world more than improving people's access to energy and their living standards and their opportunities for having sustainable livelihoods. Okay, so thank you so much for that. Now I'm going to move to you, Ruth. Welcome. So just to introduce you, Ruth, you're working at EED Advisory, which is a consulting firm based in Nairobi. And you're actually doing some work for us. We're very pleased to have you on board, supporting the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa in some of the institutional work that we're doing in Zambia. Now, clean cooking strategies, national action plans have played quite an important role in certain countries, and maybe you could take us through some of that, particularly in terms of accelerating the uptake of the higher tier solutions. I think you've drawn some examples. Maybe you can also mention the work that you're doing on biofuels, supporting us in Zambia. What are the opportunities and challenges that you're finding in your work?
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be part of this discussion, and also thank you for inviting us. So I'll start with the last question on the opportunities and the challenges that we see in the biofuel sector in Zambia. And one of the things that I can highlight is when we look at the emissions from the cooking sector, especially when we start to talk about cooking with charcoal and firewood, we find that it's one of the leading sectors in sub-Saharan Africa. So if you look at Zambia, for instance, you'll find that 90% of the households are using charcoal and firewood for their cooking needs. So there we get major opportunities in trying to be able to meet the nationally determined contribution for Zambia, and also being able to leverage on the core benefits of transitioning populations, financing that comes from core benefits from transitioning to clean cooking. So we are talking about carbon financing, we're also talking about the health benefits that come with that, and we have agencies that are able to look into that and be able to finance the sector through those aspects. So then it helps us to address the issue of affordability, which is quite key, and not just affordability on upfront acquiring the stove, the upfront cost of the stove, but also the continuous use of the fuel for those households. Because the idea is not just to let the households have the stove, but we also have to make sure that they are continuously using the fuel. So we see those great opportunities when we start to think about the carbon financing and being able to do that. So when we were developing the strategy, one of the things that we did is we looked at the main constraints in the sector. So other than just having a list of the barriers that we have in the sector, so that then we can see how do we intervene to transition the people. So we came up with a systematic way of grouping the barriers and the challenges so that we can be able to see which needs do we need to prioritize when we are trying to address the issues in the sector. So for instance, when you look at the biofuel sector, we find three main constraints in the sector. And the first one is on the enabling environment. So you find that bioethanol in Zambia has to one has to pay about 81% on taxes for the fuel, and 60% of this is on excise duty. And you see, it's already denatured at source, so there is no need to have the excise duty being applied to the fuel. So then that then brings about it already acts as a challenge for the suppliers who would want to join the market, because they can already see they need to pass this cost to the end users. So the demand will not be sufficient enough for you to be able to develop the supply chains that you'll be able to reach all the 10 provinces. So the second challenge there then comes to the supply chains. So you find that, yes, the biofuels sector is growing, but only for the side of when it's used as a beverage rather than when it's used as a cooking solution, because there is a lot of profits that you can be able to get from there. So then if you look at also the pellets, for instance, which is also another type of biofuel, so you find that, yes, it's there, but it's mainly on 2 provinces. And even in these 2 provinces, they've not been able to reach to the very end or to all the corners of the province. So then there is a key issue there that needs to be addressed when we talk about supply. And then the other thing is availability of low-cost or no-cost alternatives in the sector. So if you find that then there is no supply of either the stoves that are supposed to assist in burning this biofuel, there is no fuel then. So the population automatically then is drawn to solutions that are quickly available, like the unsustainable charcoal, which is readily available and affordable for the population. So those are the 3 main constraints that the strategy seeks to address. And we also see great opportunities. One, in assisting in reducing the cost of the stoves, for instance. And we have examples that we can draw from Kenya when we look at organizations like private companies like the Cocoa Networks, which was able to leverage on the carbon finance market and was able to bring down the cost of the stove. So initially when we started in 2019, it was around 75 USD, but now it has gone down all the way to 10 to 15 USD. And also we can also see them working towards reducing also the cost of the fuel. So it's competitive with the other fuels that are in the sector. We've also seen this in the manufacturing of electric appliances when we talk about, say, the ban manufacturing. So there's an opportunity there that the government of Zambia can also leverage on to see that these products are available and they are available at an affordable price. When we also look at the local production of fuels, which is also a key opportunity that many sub-Saharan countries can be able to leverage on, like Zambia has large land masses that can be used to grow biofuel crops. And we also have examples in Kenya like the Giraffe Energy, which is trying to see can they be able to grow cassava in the arid areas of the coastal region and be able to use this then to produce biofuels. So there's a lot there that can also be leveraged upon. And also another advantage with the Zambian market is that charcoal is already being sold at a cost. So you're not introducing a fuel that requires a cost to populations that were previously not paying for this fuel. So that's also another advantage that can be leveraged upon. So those are the key issues that are there that the strategy aims and is looking forward to address. And also to give an example on why also we'll need to address the excise duty. If you look at also Kenya, when we started, they had to remove the 60% excise duty so that then the suppliers can be able to see this as an opportunity to venture into the Kenyan market. And with that being removed, we can see what the sector has been able to achieve within the time that has been there. I've forgotten the first question that you asked. I would request if you could repeat.
Yeah, no, I think you answered. We were talking about the role that clean cooking strategies, national action plans have played, and no, I think you answered that already very well. It seems to me it's really important that Kenya and Zambia talk, right? Because there's a lot of south to south interaction, learning that can happen. Because you've seen in Kenya these policies working, and we need to have that or to facilitate that dialogue further in Zambia, because some of these are pretty shocking numbers when you look at the excise duties that are being charged, and you can see what benefits there would be to the Zambian economy. and to the people, right? And you mentioned some of the challenges there, but also the opportunities and what success can look like. You can see what bioethanol is doing already in Kenya. So yeah.
Thank you. The other thing that I can add in terms of having the national strategies, one of the things that we're also seeing in Kenya, because Kenya has already finalized on their strategy, is now we have a document that one acts as an accountability document. So come 2028, the government will have to respond to the commitments that they made on the strategy. So that's very key. It has also helped to bring the different actors in the sector together and have one goal that is now to push for clean cooking, because you find that cooking is not just a responsibility of the Ministry of Energy. So you find that we need to talk to the Ministry of Health. For instance, in Kenya, they are now reporting around 23,000 annual deaths that are attributable to household air pollution. So then it's an issue that then the ministry is already working towards. So we now have a document that brings all the actors together, and also for the investors, even in this room. For instance, if someone would like to push for a certain agenda, then the strategy already has some action plans, points that can be able to be implemented, and then we can be able to see the changes. Yes, thanks.
That's great. Thank you so much for that. While you have the mic, maybe I could just ask you, in terms of, I mean, we're talking about carbon financing and the opportunities therein, and I think what's the sort of carbon finance angle in terms of the energy transition strategy being supported by carbon finance in Kenya? And I know Zambia is very interested in taking this forward. What sort of movements can you see in the Article 6 space? Probably 6.2, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So when you look at the Kenyan sector, so one of the things that the Ministry of Environment is doing is developing a carbon registry, so which will enable them to be ready to implement or trade around the Article 6. So that's work that is underway, that is being implemented, and also they are looking at the frameworks that then can be able to support the country to be able to implement Article 6. So even for Zambia, it's the same case. So they have been on they are forerunners in this. So they're already working with the government of Germany to be able to see how can they be able to trade off some of the carbon credits that they will be able to generate from the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions that they will be able to achieve from implementing some of the projects in the renewable sector. So they've been having support from these agencies on how to then be able to implement Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think the role of Article 6 is going to be pretty key. I know that a number of the governments, including the Nordic governments, are active in this space, and we hope that clean cooking can play an important part in that typology of projects being taken forwards. Tom, if I could turn to you, we have a few minutes, and we will come to the audience as well for questions. But just to ask you, really, how's the choice of methodology and the rating? You mentioned ratings. I mean, this is a new development. How's that influenced your ability to sell your credits?
Oh, it's made all the difference in the world, full stop. I mean, there's no question. Our buyers have said to us explicitly and specifically that the choice of methodology that we chose and the fact that we took the time to have an external rating on the issuance was the reason that we have been successful in selling our emissions reductions at the high price that we have. I mean, they explicitly said that. So for us, we knew that carbon finance was a critical part of our ability to deliver our clean cooking solution, and so we didn't have a choice but to get the highest value possible, especially in a world where FNRB is not in the 90s. FNRB is 30s, 40s at best. Well, if your FNRB was 90 and now it's 30, that means you've had approximately 60% reduction in the total emissions reductions that you can sell. So either you find a way to increase that volume or you dramatically increase the price. And we've been able to significantly increase the price because of the methodology. I think the consensus opinion in this sector for those settings and contexts where it's appropriate to use, the metered and measured methodology is the consensus best choice of ratings agencies, academics, and practitioners in the sector, because it tracks the actual utilization of the clean fuel. And that's the way that the market is going to get the confidence it needs to pay what these impacts are worth.
Right. No, thank you for that. I think that really highlights where we are with this. And I think that going forwards, when we talk about prices, I was talking to someone about prices earlier on, and I'm glad that you've gotten on the record and said, look, this is what we can achieve. And I think that when you look at the costs of abatement in Europe and elsewhere, these are still pretty cheap, right? These are pretty cheap emission reductions.
We had someone tell us that just a week or so ago, that compared to the cost of abatement, the cost of our emissions reductions is quite affordable. And it is. And yet it has all these wonderful knock-on benefits of improved health and reduced deforestation and so forth. So you get a lot more bang for your buck.
Right. Okay, on that point, thank you so much. On that point, maybe we have a few minutes. Is there someone who'd like to ask any of our esteemed panel a question? Oh, great. So there's two hands that went up straight away. Maybe the gentleman nearest to us, please. If you could introduce yourself and to whom the question should be addressed.
Thank you very much. My name is Long. I am from an NGO from Vietnam. So we spent 14 years on full gasification. From our observation, we see that if actually the highest cost for the users is a life cycle cost for the fuel. So the best way is going to the garden and take whatever they have from the field, from the garden, like cassava, like branches like this, corn cob, rice husk, whatever, and put into that. But there is a dilemma. If you want something very clean, very highly efficient, it needs to be high tier cook stove. And if for that, you have to go for the full gasification. But full gasification cannot go continuously. So, and if we can have kind of dual cook stove work continuously, it's kind of quite dirty and low tier. So after some time, we overcome that. And but you also see that, okay, there's also one more. Like after less than 2 minutes, you have to have the syngas. Otherwise, in that period, it's still like still a little bit dirty cooking, some smoke coming out. And also, the cook stove itself is not only for cooking. It's like actually the thermal device at home. It can be used for heating. It can be used for animal feed and other kind of thing. So we are not only focusing on cooking, so we also see other kind of thing. Also, we have to see. So, and we also see that even the cook stove is good enough, we need the product service system, because who else in the location will do the reparation, will do the maintenance, will teach people how to use that properly, teach people how to use the biochar coming out from that. That is important too. So that is my sharing. But my question is that, yes, we do have that solution. And if my solution is practically absorbed by people somewhere else, is there any chance for the South-South cooperation? That's all. Thank you.
No, it's a good question. Thank you for sharing your experiences from Vietnam, yes? Okay, thank you. Yes, of course, there is an opportunity, and we talked about it a little bit here, the potential interaction of sharing lessons learned between Kenya and Zambia. So, yeah, point well taken. We move to, we have one more question.
Yes, hello everybody. Fabio Barigi, Clean Cooking Technologies. We are tech providers for the clean cooking sector. One question for Maggie. There were discussions on tokenization and fragmentization, the data and the opportunity to anticipate the value distribution of the market of the carbon money. What are your thoughts and updates on that? Thank you.
I think it sort of goes back to the original question on role of technology and digitization, because in order to really accommodate the projects like Tom's, in order to bring that real transparency and efficiency in the whole process, end-to-end process has to be digitized. So that's my and Gold Standard's big ambition, to enable that as a standard, because the process we hold and we enable go from standard setting, rule setting, all the way to certification management, where the monitoring and verification and reporting gets done, and then it sits in a registry that's enabled to connect with other digital ecosystems. So for me, I think that's the first step. Obviously, as a small NGO, there's a lot of constraint in how we can do that fast enough. And then comes the question of different technologies and tokenization. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same tokenization. So tokenization, I do think it's a way to capture information and data, right? And whether it becomes a tokenized form of digital asset versus how it's going to be used later on, it's more for the demand side and the trading platforms to decide. And as an organization, are we going to enable that is a fierce discussion we're having internally, because basically what a carbon credit is today is exactly that. It's an asset that holds all that information, but it's just unfortunately done all manually today, or mostly manually today. So certainly there's a industry level efforts to move towards that digitization. In that very important point I want to highlight is, in any digitalization process, we often unintentionally marginalize certain population. So we live in a world, digitization and use of AI and tokenization and blockchain technologies like right next door, whereas there are countries and communities that operate in a completely non-digital world where having that digital monitoring is basically stolen every 2 weeks. So how do we make sure, while we digitize and build that confidence in the market for the buyers, that we don't forget why these projects are so impactful on the ground, and how we can be inclusive in making sure those small projects or those very remote projects don't get rooted out in that whole process and benefit the digitized world that we're heading towards.
Sorry, I think we're almost out of time, but there's a lady in the front there. Sorry, if you don't mind, to have a question from the lady here. And then I think we'll wrap up. So if you can make your question brief, please.
Sure. Thank you. I have an observation more than a question. I like everything that has been spoken about in this space, particularly around just that clarity that we seek on the carbon markets, and also bringing clean cooking up to the level. And I also like Tom's comment on, thinking about it from a household perspective. I work at Habitat for Humanity International, and our focus is housing. And a home is not complete without basic services. And so the comments that I want to make in this conversation is potentially collaborating with organizations like Tom's and others that are working at the household level, because impact will start there as we figure out everything else. Because what happens is we are sorting out the ecosystem and saving lives while we figure out how to leverage on the carbon markets as they come up. And once we start at that household level, then we have opportunities for scaling and therefore being able to get as much as we can from the carbon markets. So just making a comment and also saying I welcome conversations. I'm not sure where Tom is, but I'm sure I'll get that information later, and hopefully we can collaborate to see that we incorporate that in adequate housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we'll certainly make sure you get that connection. So do talk to us. Okay, I'm conscious of time. I'd like to thank everyone. I think we've learned a lot. It's been really interesting also for me, and I think I'm most energized about the interaction, the South-South discussion that we had, and the real opportunities that we have for learning. And learning is the byword, because we're working now with 14 companies. We know that they'll do the heavy lifting. We know that they're the ones that are struggling, facing everyday challenges. We've seen some of the horrific excise duties they face. We know all about the last mile challenges, and of course the elephant in the room is always affordability. So what we'd like to do really is to come back to you in future years, keep you informed how we're doing, how they're doing, and to keep on learning. So thanks one and all. Thanks for the speakers, for your incredible observations and insights, and thanks to the audience both here in Baku and online for listening. So I wish you all a good COP. Thank you.
Stay online for a family photo.
Tom, will you stay online?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome this afternoon to our exciting event on unlocking catalytic finance for climate solutions. We have an exciting panel ahead and hopefully an inspiring conversation. So let's just get started. You may want to use headphones to hear so that we don't have to scream and yell. And let's get going. My name is Satu Santala. I'm the Managing Director of Nordic Development Fund, which is a climate and development fund owned by the 5 Nordic countries and working with both public and private sector financing. So, as you've already heard a million times in the past days, each of the events starts with describing how bad the climate crisis is. So I will spare you of the different numbers, but I will just underline that the climate crisis is actually fundamentally critical. We are in the danger zone, and it's become the normal. So we shouldn't think of the climate crisis as an exception right now. It is where we are. It's already happening. And, we are seeing news of people drowning, burning, starving, sweating, getting impoverished. Both the people and the planet are suffering. But people who are here today, of course many others too, but can actually do something about it. And because we can, we must. We need climate finance at speed and scale to solve these problems right now. We, the Nordic Development Fund, are of course doing our share. Thanks to financing from the 5 Nordic countries, we've doubled our annual commitments in recent years. And what we like to think of is how can we then place this very valuable concessional finance in a way that maximizes both impact but also mobilizes resources. It sounds easy, but it's actually quite hard to do in practice. And we really want to incentivize also innovation, involve ourselves at early stage, and also be catalytic. And we can take more risk because we're concessional, and that's of course something where we can complement what many others can do. And we're engaged on a spectrum of both public sector, very public sector typical activities, such as supporting meteorological observations through the SOF facility, all the way to doing blended structures, including the newest one where we're going to get involved, the hardest to reach with Acumen. We also host a trust fund called Energy and Environment Partnership, where we support very early stage companies, and we're going to hear an example of that here today. So, as I said, this is not easy work to do, and we keep on learning every day together with our partners. We always co-finance, so partnerships are super important for us. And today is an opportunity for us to discuss with some of our partners and discuss those learnings and also think about what next, what do we need to do to move forward. So now I'd like to invite our panelists to the podium. Please take your seats. And we've reserved a high chair for our youth representative, Mathilde, who's a climate policy advisor from Norwegian Church Aid. If you want to take also the high chair right now, you can do that. Yeah, let's keep it going. Okay, dear panelists, we'll do a round of the first round of questions, and feel free to also comment on each other's responses, and let's see if we can get a good conversation going. But then on the sort of need to act with speed and scale, that's where we're focused on. What can we do differently? And we'll start with Hans Olav Ibrek, who's a special envoy at the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Hans Olav, you've been involved with climate finance for a really long time, so I know you have lots of insights into this. But would you like to talk to us a little bit about what role government policies play in facilitating catalytic finance for climate, and what improvements could be made to make a bigger difference?
Thank you very much, Sato. NDF is one of my favorite acronyms, and there's a lot of acronyms in this business. I've been following NDF over the years as a board member and also chair of the board. And you highlighted, Sato, yourself, what are the key features of NDF. Just to add to that list, I think it's really great that NDF is so quick and responsive, and that you actually have good working relationship with the MDBs, and also that you promote Nordic values and solutions. Because that brings me to the issue of climate finance, and of course the Nordic countries together, we are large providers of climate finance. And I think by and large we share values, and also we have the same set of policies, and we also have quite progressive climate policies, and we take action at home. And I think for us it's always been important to promote public-private partnerships and support the private sector going forward. And that brings me more or less to the role of governments. And I think it's, of course, these days we shouldn't focus on the problems, but we need to recognize that public capital is scarce. So we need to use it as efficiently as possible. And of course, it's the taxpayers' money, at least we are using in terms of ODA, and we need to make sure that we have trust among the public the way we spend our resources. Because let's be honest, ODA is under pressure, and we see that in the Nordic countries also. We are not, we are actually going downwards and not the other way around. And I think that is a critical factor. Again, that underscores that we need to use our scarce resources in a strategic manner to, I'm basically saying, to unlock new markets. We can take the risk and then unlock new markets, build the necessary capacity to address the various barriers that we are all faced with, especially also addressing some of the global commons issues. We need to work together to develop the de-risking instruments. At the same time, of course, the private sector needs to do what the private sector should do. And it's not our job to subsidize the private sector either, if you use that word. But we need to make sure that we find a good risk-sharing arrangement between us. And then, of course, crowding in capital from all sources is especially important. I've used up my time, but I always, in a setting like this, I need to add to square the circle, and I'm focusing also on domestic resource mobilization in the countries themselves, because I think that's an underlooked issue. That means in developing countries, we need to help them to set up a better tax system, and we need to redirect subsidies from the bad to good. We need to encourage them to go for carbon pricing, and of course set the tariffs right. Because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers and consumers in developing countries that have to pay for all the investments that the private sector is actually going to do. It's not a free flow of money. Someone needs to to pay it back. And of course, we can help to sweeten the deal, but at the end of the day, the consumers have to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans-Olaf. And then that, I think, is a perfect segue then to go from the government side then to some of our private sector partners. And I wanted to then next give the word to Jacqueline Novogratz, who's the CEO and founder of Acumen. Jacqueline, you're an impact investor with a unique approach to financing development projects. You've been at the forefront of impact investing and promoting patient capital for solving global problems. But what have been your lessons learned in this space, and in particular in mobilizing private capital for climate projects, and what is needed the most?
Thank you, Satu. Thanks for being here as well. And I thought since I had my headphones, I was set. Just huge thank you, Satu, and enormous thanks to both NDF and NORAD, which I'll talk a little bit about. I couldn't agree more with Hans for everything that he talked about in terms of speed, risk, the recognition that we need all different parts of an economy, including pricing carbon and using it not just to make companies more profitable, but to make goods and services more affordable for those who've been most impacted by climate and have done the least. I'm the founder and CEO of Acumen. We've been around for 23 years. As Satu said, we are an impact investor that invests from angel funding through what we call patient capital, philanthropic-backed 10 to 20-year investments in early-stage entrepreneurs that are trying to solve problems of poverty, to blended vehicles. And we'll talk about the biggest one we've ever done, and I would say the most creative one we've done, and that creativity has been enabled by the Nordics, by NDF and by NORAD, and we'll talk a little bit of that. And I'm really excited because I think we may be having another blueprint, which is so important. We've deployed about 273 million to date, and we're in the midst of putting together and beginning to deploy another 500 million over the next year and a half. But that 278 million has impacted more than 650 million lives. So I think what's also really important is that we think not just about the quantity of capital, and here at COP we are always talking about big numbers, but it's the quality of capital, and are we taking seriously what the needs are from the ground, structuring capital in a way then that serves those needs for low-income customers, for the companies that are serving them, and then for the investors. Just a couple of lessons learned. As obvious as this sounds, ambitious, brave entrepreneurs like Maya are in large supply. What's in short supply is the capital. And I can't emphasize that enough. Second, we need to see more courage from the capital providers to meet those entrepreneurs. And third, as I already alluded to, we need the right kind of capital. My whole life feels that I've been ping-ponged between financial institutions, venture capitalists, DFIs, MDBs, who have continually tried to explain to me that in high-risk environments like Africa, which is a very large environment, we need to be getting outsized returns because of the risk that we're taking. We have to redefine what risk is. We have to think in terms of long-term holistic risk, or we are not going to solve these problems. There is a huge possibility space in blended capital. Again, if we're more thoughtful, and hopefully, Satu, in the next question, I can really talk about what we're doing with the hardest to reach in partnership with you all. And another thing I keep thinking about while we're here is, yes, the fierce urgency of now. We've got to move faster, take more risk, and scale as fast as we can. And this sounds counterintuitive, but patience is also revolutionary. And when you are building markets that have not existed, you not only are taking outsized risks, you are enabling companies like Yellow, which you'll hear about, try, experiment, sometimes fail, start again. You are building local capability. You are using your networks to help them expand. And you are problem solving for the brokenness of our larger macroeconomic situation. And so that requires that urgency with the patience of putting the pieces together and staying focused on what true success is, which from our perspective is a climate transition that does not overlook those who have for too long been underestimated.
Thank you. That's super inspiring, Jacqueline. So then we're going to hear from Maya Stewart, who's the CEO and co-founder of Yellow, and you've benefited from finance from our NDF EP Africa program, which is a trust fund that we host on early stage supporting early stage companies in Africa, and also some other funds, and I'm sure you'll talk about that. But from your perspective, how do these financing models make a difference to your company, and what has set the EP Africa financing apart for you?
Thank you so much, Satu. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone from the Nordic team for inviting me here. Before I even proceed, I'd like to mention that without EEP Africa, I would not possibly be sitting here in the first place. Yellow is a digital fintech company that is distributing solar home systems across Malawi. As of to date, we've distributed over 600,000 solar home systems in rural Malawi. That's pretty much benefited over 6 times 5, which is 1.5 million people, or rather 3 million people. Sorry, my math. Not my strong point.
Come on, Maya.
I'm getting there. But that being said, without EEP in the onset, when we started the business, it was quite difficult for us to get any kind of funding. I walked through different doors, both commercial as well as different lenders, so mostly debt and equity, trying to raise funding. That was back in 2018 and 2019, but nobody basically wanted to bite the bullet. The biggest challenge was because we were still new, we were a growing company, one in a very risky sector. We were offering our products, and we still are offering our products on pay-as-you-go to a market that doesn't have any credit history. So we're distributing products to rural households who don't necessarily have a bank account. So we're asking them to pay us using mobile money. So when we try to explain that to prospective lenders, everybody shies away and says, well, how do you know that this prospective customer is going to actually pay you? But right now they're using some alternative source of energy, and it's candles or battery torches, and somehow they're finding a way to pay for these products. So if they can pay for these products on a day-to-day basis, why can they not pay for a solar home system, a clean product in their household over a period of 24 months? So it's easy financing, but it's long-term financing, and that's where Jacqueline mentioned patience is very, very critical. So we were looking for, at that time, funding that was going to support us and understood our actual business model. Somebody who's ready to put in money and wait for the long term for them to see a return on investment. Luckily, EEP came on board. That was in late 2019. They had a call for funding. We were not sure if we were actually going to get that support, because they were asking for quite a lot of, to give out a lot of money. For us at that time, it was a lot, 500,000 euros. And we said, look, let's just take this risk. We don't know if it will pay out, but it's better to try than nothing at all. And sure enough, they jumped on board. They said, look, we are ready to invest in Yellow. Your business model sounds great. It's reaching the hardest to reach. And on top of that, you're also trying to target women. So energy is a massive challenge in Africa, and women are the biggest consumers of energy across the whole continent. We were providing clean electricity, but we also wanted to make sure that throughout our value chain, when we're distributing these products, we also wanted women, female agents, to be the actual drivers of change, the people who are selling the products to the households. Why? Because a woman selling another product to another woman is much more attractive than a man coming to sell a solar home system to a household, who, again, the biggest user is going to be the woman. So using EEP support, they financed us, but also encouraged us to continue looking for external funding. and not to be confident that this is it, but to start looking beyond our initial borders. Can we see if somebody else can also finance us? They were able to also put us into different networking events. However, that was during COVID time, so it was all restricted to Zoom calls. But that being said, we were able to eventually start making our portfolio look attractive, to the point where now bigger grants came on and knocking on our door. They actually came to us and said, look, we've seen what you've done with EEP. Can you accept a bigger sized grant and take it from there? So at that point, we said, yes, let's give it a try. We got support from USAID Kickstarter, $1.5 million. And it's all because of this, one person or one entity investing in us that we're able to now catalyze continuous funding beyond that. So grants came, and then after that equity, and the equity round was actually fantastic because EEP again played another role where they were basically guiding prospective investors on how they should finance us, why they should finance us, and most importantly, the impact that we're actually going to achieve with that kind of funding. So again, I say without EEP, I wouldn't be here. They managed to de-risk our whole business model, giving us confidence and giving us the opportunity to go beyond, look for more funding, bigger funding. And until today, as much as they supported us back in 2019, 2020, we're talking about this is 2024, they're still with us. If I need support when I enter into a new country, EEP are the first people that we talk to. We'd like to enter DRC. Have you worked there? Can you give us support and tell us what we need or can and cannot do to become successful? So these are the kind of activities that I'd like to make sure that people appreciate, from initial catalytic financing that makes an impact for startups like us. I'm now a big company, yes, but that being said, I will always and forever be looking for funding because my impact is not yet at the level where I want it to be. I want to electrify all of Malawi. So as a matter of fact, I need only $180 million. So if anybody here has that kind of money, I'm open to discussion.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And that's such an encouraging story. And of course, the story continues. Okay, let's go to you, Avinash, then. IDB has been a long-term trusted partner of NDF. We've worked together on many different things, including even at present, the NDC Accelerator. I forgot to say, Avinash Prasad is the Special Advisor on Climate Change at the Inter-American Development Bank. But of course, you're much more than that, and I thought you might also want to share some of your insights because of your previous involvement, for example, with the Bridgetown Initiative and so on. So what would you say from your perspective on innovation and identifying the financial mechanisms that actually achieve climate finance at scale and to leverage catalytic climate finance? What would you like to share?
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here. And we have, as you say, a very strong partnership with the Nordic group of countries, especially on the Accelerator program, but actually on a wide range of things. I think there are three things I want to share with you. And the first is to say that we've, I think, managed to change the debate on climate in recent years by really focusing on scale. Humanity is tremendously creative. There is no shortage of thousands of interesting, ingenious ideas, none of which can scale up. We need $2.4 trillion of money flowing to developing countries. So one of the things that I look at a lot is great idea, but can it be scaled up? And it's why I'm actually, the phrase blended finance means many, many things, but the notion of a significant public subsidy always makes me feel uncomfortable, not that I'm against public subsidies, but because they can't scale up very easily to the size of what we need. The second thing I want to talk about is about cost of capital. So one of the things I find in this climate space, I worked grew up in the United Kingdom. At the time, it was a good member of the EU. But I also recently worked for a developing country. And we share common problems around the world on climate, but we live in different universes. And assume that the circumstance that we see in one country is the same elsewhere. And the big difference is cost of capital, and cost of capital hugely defines what works where. Many of the things that work, for example, in the Nordic countries on renewables and climate will not work in developing countries because of the cost of capital. So what is cost of capital? Basically, almost a definition of a developing country is short of cash. Not a lot of savings, huge investment demands, and therefore the price of money is very high. Capital is scarce and expensive. In developed countries, many of them, not all, many, capital is much more abundant and it is much cheaper. In those environments, for example, tax and subsidy policies to redirect investment where capital is plentiful makes a lot of sense because we can tax the bad, encourage through subsidies the good, and investors will make that switch. You try that in a developing country with a high cost of capital, you won't get investment switching, you get investment reduction. Which is the last thing we want at the moment because they don't have enough growth and jobs. So we need to think about what's appropriate in countries with high cost of capital. Some people say we should be funding the investments locally to avoid foreign exchange. I hear that a lot, and I find that's a very weird idea because that's going to worsen the cost of capital. If the cost of capital is there's too much investment and too little supply of cash in your country, funding more of that investment locally is not going to help. So we need to create a channel between countries where there's plentiful capital into countries where capital is short and look at what are the blockages of that channel. We've identified a lot of macro blockages, foreign exchange risk, country risk, political risk, there are also project risks, but there's plentiful ways of trying to manage some of the micro risks of projects, but countries cannot guarantee for their own country risk, if you like. And so one of the things we've been focusing on is how we can use our AAA rated status to help manage and reduce the macro risk. And the final thing I'd say is that a lot of what we're trying to do is an allocation of scarce money problem. So $2.4 trillion, that's not going to be funded by governments, by the private sector alone, by philanthropists or anybody else. So we break down what we're looking for into this structure where we look at activities and break them down between things that generate revenues, things that generate savings, and things that generate costs. Revenues, savings, costs. It's a better split than thinking about mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, although although those three things kind of map into revenues, savings, costs. Things that generate revenues, solar farms, wind turbine, hydroelectric power stations, they generate revenues. We need to find ways of getting the private sector to do that because they're revenues and dealing with the cost of capital issue for the private sector. Things that generate savings but no revenues, the private sector does not even do in rich countries. They're not going to do in poor countries. That's where we need a fair amount of ways of lending to the public sector for them to do those things. Sometimes that's the basics of the energy transition, not maybe power generation, but it may be about transmission and grids. And we're looking at ways that we can reduce our cost of capital when we lend to governments to do those things. And things that have no revenues and no savings, just costs, that's where we need very scarce taxpayer money and grants. So we push the idea of grants for those things that can't be funded any other way because that money is so precious and scarce. I don't like the idea of using grants for mitigation or using grants for savings because we can fund those things in different ways. I mean, if you give me grants for everything, I'll take them. But the point is we don't have enough grants in the world for that. So a structured approach, and in terms of many of the things we talked about here, are things that have an underlying revenue. So find ways in which we could get the private sector to do it and de-risk without using lots of public subsidy. And we need to think about the cost of capital and how we reduce it and why it's there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those were really wise and inspiring thoughts as well. We'll do a second quick round of comments. And I thought that what I would like to hear from you is there's a lot of criticism for climate finance not actually reaching the poorest or those who need the financing most, and the poorest countries or the communities or the individuals. And I would like to explore a bit. How do you see this, and what are some of the ways, in particular in the private sector space, where we can get to that? Let's do, just for simplicity, the same order, and at the same time, if you also want to give any sort of thoughts on a way forward, what next? What would be your one thing that you would like to see us do going forward? And if we'll start with Hans-Olof.
Thank you. First, I was taught a lesson some time back in my career that actually the question was, who is the client? And we have actually two representatives here, Jacqueline and Maya, that are actually willing to risk their capital to get things going. For me, I'm sitting, and Avinash, we are public officials, so it's not our money in essence, even though it's the taxpayers' money, but you have risked your money, knocked on the door, and luckily we have the instruments that you could start working with, and we need to scale up those instruments, exactly what you're saying, because we need these entrepreneurs, and I think that's exactly what we need also in the hardest to reach areas. Let's be honest and face the fact that we as donors or ODA agency, we are not really set up to do work in the hardest to reach areas, because that's the tougher areas. We are then locked up in our compounds of security risks. We cannot move around. There's no government to work with. There are different actors that we have to accept to work with, even though the private sector is there, but it's a different type of private sector. So I think that we need to look at this more carefully, and that brings me back to my main message initially also, that we as donors and ODA providers, we need to be willing to take that risk. And that means that our decision makers are also giving us the mandate to take the risk, and also the mandate to lose money. And that is not going to be well spent, because that is the risk that we're faced with. At the same time, I don't like this notion that you are dividing climate finance with a number of people, and you end up that LDCs are getting not their fair share of it, because that's a difficult discussion really to entertain, because it also depends on our ability to spend, and also the ability to start implementing projects. And we are not set up, like I said, to do it. But exactly what Avinash said, I think we need to split this up between revenue saving and cost, and focus on the cost element. And of course, this is a cost to the world that we need to do, complementing with long-term ODA as well as humanitarian support.
Thank you, and go ahead, Jacqueline.
Hans-Olof, every time you speak, I just truly appreciate it. And I think it's indicative of the new humility that we also need as a world. You say, let's be honest a lot. Let me just say, let's be honest, that we're not solving the problems in the way that they need to be solved. What we've learned through Acumen is that too often, not just the DFIs and the MDBs and the foundations start with the capital they have. Pretty much all of the capital allocators start with the capital they have, and that's the lens through which they see the world. What we have to start doing is focus on the problem that we're trying to solve, recognize we need some nuance, because we don't have one-size-fit-all solutions, and then build the right capital stack from that perspective, and then find the right entrepreneurs. And so what we've worked on with the Nordics, and actually 22 different institutions, is it's a facility focused on bringing off-grid solar electrification to 75 million of the hardest to reach Africans across 16 of the most vulnerable African nations. We weren't able to just build that from nothing. We spent 15 years investing in off-grid solar electrification in countries that had moved earlier into that space: Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, etc. We saw over those 15 years that we have the technology. We knew how to finance it. We knew where some of the big companies were and who the new players were coming up. And then a few years ago, we looked around and saw that we still had 700 million people without electricity on this planet, which is not good for anyone, and I won't go deeply into it. It should be so obvious to us. 85% of those individuals live on the African continent. Most of them live across 20 countries. So we said, let's start with 16 of the most vulnerable countries, including Malawi, Zambia, Somalia, Chad, South Sudan, Benin, Burkina Faso, etc. And let's build the right kind of capital structures that will enable companies to take the risk to go in the first place and start to build markets where they may not or have hardly existed. And then let's build the right incentives to keep them there, knowing the kind of macroeconomic headwinds they've gone through. So it's essentially $250 million. $60 million is philanthropy and grants, including from entities like NDF and NORAD. That allows that early stage investing, equity, debt, capacity building. It also allows us to move fast so that people don't have to hear about this and then wait 2 years for anything to happen. We've already made $10 million in investments and across 5 countries. Side by side is something we're almost finished building, which is a $200 million debt facility with concessionary lending rates. And beside that is a $20 million facility only possible because of the vision of NDF to take grants again, and this time to provide an incentive so that if a company like Yellow makes good on their promise to deliver to X number of people, they can reduce the interest owed to Acumen from 8%, say, to 0. So that long term, to Hans Olaf's point, we can have a blueprint for how we can best reach the most vulnerable populations in ways that take the best of the private sector, allow it to learn how to thrive, and work with government. What I hadn't expected, and then I'm going to turn it to Maya, is that I used to think that build it and they will come was a big fat lie when it came to markets for the poor. That is often the case if you build what you think people want. They don't come. But if you build from the perspective of what people need, what's so powerful is other players start to come. So once we had that 10 million, we went to Malawi. To put a fine point on what Maya started to talk about, you have a 19% electrification rate, $650 per capita income per year. Last year, a 45% devaluation of the currency and no dollar convertibility, which means pretty much one industry, tobacco, which hardly exists anymore. So if I am Maya and I am trying to sell to people who have $2 a day, my margins have to be very low. If, as soon as I make a sale to them, the value of their kwacha goes down by 45, 50%, I'm in trouble. And then if I do everything right, at the end of it, I have to convert that back into dollars to pay Acumen. It's a ridiculous situation. But we keep pretending that this should all work either by markets or we should do it all by grants. And so it didn't take that long, Maya did it, but it was a few months. But because we had these different pieces, we could make a $2 million loan to Yellow in kwacha by borrowing and by using our dollars, lending to Yellow, doing a currency swap, getting a guarantee from the EU, so that Maya's company can have what it needs to deliver on the promises that it has made. That we know that we can protect our shareholders, and really only because of the creative kind of capital that the Nordics have given us and others, as I said, 22 institutions, including GCF, the World Bank, IFC, philanthropists. I think this is what the future is going to look like. And we have to be more sophisticated, and we have to measure what matters, and we can solve these problems. And it has been so thrilling to get to work with you and to see how in a country where there's still too much of a dependency mentality from so many people, and yet there's such a hunger for people to have choice, freedom, opportunity to make their own decisions, to pay if they can afford for something that they value. And for me, at the end of the day, what we're doing is not only building economic infrastructure, we are helping to build a sense of shared dignity. And this is a great adventure, and I am just so glad that you were part of it. And
likewise. And sorry to cut you short, but we're running out of time. But over to you, Maya. Continue from there.
I will. I think Jacqueline has taken everything that I wanted to say and put it more beautifully. But let me just reiterate the fact that, first of all, as a locally led entity, it's very, very important that we structure different loans or different lending facilities to suit the current narrative. Avinash, I know you mentioned that you don't believe in subsidies, you don't believe in supporting companies or at least private sector with different financial tools. In our case, in Malawi, we did have a very major challenge, and I feel that if we didn't have support, both from government but also from players like Acumen, I wouldn't be, again, transitioning my company to the next level. We are living in a reality where the kwacha or the local currencies in many other African currencies are losing value on a day-to-day basis. And it's people like us, because we're locally led, we could look for local solutions. We thought about it, we actually anticipated and said, look, we cannot be taking hard currency loans today, expecting to pay it back tomorrow when our kwacha will lose value by 50%, 60 or 70. It will make my business go bust. And then I've got different investors, NDF being one of them as well, that I have to report back and say, oh, guess what? My company is going under because I didn't plan for what was going to come. I've got bankers here from Malawi. You can speak to them. This situation is not going to end here, and it's not just for Malawi, it's for other countries. We need to be pragmatic in how we lend to private sector across Africa. We need to give solutions or at least instruments that make sense for them, that makes our business thrive, and not that that lending that leads us to a default. We don't want to have a scenario where we've got different players, especially in the climate sector, that are constantly losing their business or they're constantly creating a negative image because we're failing to pay back our loans. We need to be pragmatic in how we lend to all the players here. For us to reach our targets by 2030, it needs to be realistic. Yellow was realistic 4 years ago. We made a plan. We started talking to different lenders, and that is why we're here today. We're still standing. A lot of our competitors are not, unfortunately.
So we fully understand that problem, and I've identified it's a real problem. We've identified it actually as a foreign exchange problem, and that we think the solution is a foreign exchange solution, as opposed to a subsidy for the business, because the underlying business is good. The underlying business is commercially strong and can scale up. It can't scale up dealing with the foreign exchange problem, but we can provide a foreign exchange solution that is something we can scale up across the entire continent, whilst you are scaling up your business because it's a commercially good business. So I think that's the way we approach that problem. But look, there isn't one solution, there are multiple solutions. But the geography of climate is very complicated because if we are concerned about the planet and keeping temperatures below 1.5 or 2 degrees, because the consequences of not doing that are a tragedy for the most vulnerable and the poorest people in the world, as well as others, we actually have to focus on middle-income countries, because it is their future energy demand that is going to move the world beyond 2, 3, 4 degrees centigrade. And these are countries that are not subject to, are not eligible for concessional money. So in fact, the world is not paying attention to them. They're not moving fast enough. So we need new instruments to really accelerate their transformation, of which foreign exchange is one of them, because they actually have markets, domestic markets, but they're dealing with a similar problem that you're dealing with as well. But then there's another set of countries, because that's about the planet, but what about people? The countries that are suffering from the greatest vulnerability, the greatest loss and damage, are not those countries. It's a different set of countries. And those countries need actually a lot of investment in adaptation. So we have to be careful that we don't ignore the middle-income countries because we say they're rich, and then try to push mitigation in the poorest countries. And what they need is adaptation. And we need to invest heavily, often with the public sector, and making that as low cost as possible in adaptation. And that geography is something that people don't always fully appreciate.
Wonderful. This has been such a great conversation. I think I would really love to enjoy and continue this for a few more hours, but unfortunately we can't. But just before we close, I wanted to give the word to Mathilde, who's been following the conversation very attentively, and I'm sure that this has also brought a lot of thoughts to your mind. So I'll give the word to you, and especially from the perspective of going forward, what would you like to see?
This one works.
Yes.
All right. Oh, that's weird, hearing myself. Yeah, thank you for letting me be here. I'm not just an awkward listener on the side. I also have a few thoughts. So I work in Norwegian Church Aid, and why are we here? Why are we talking about climate investments? It's for two reasons. One, like you introduced, climate is it's making all of the problems we already have worse, and we see that both when we work with development and when we work with humanitarian crises. So that's the first thing. We need to scale up. We need to do things. Yeah, we are approaching 1.5 very, very quickly. So that's the first reason. And then the second reason is that we see that most climate finance today comes from, or public climate finance comes from aid budgets. And we can't send the bill to the poorest people in the world. So we're looking. Where else can we get climate finance, right? Instead of taking from education and health systems and so on in poor countries. So we've written several reports on this and put down an expert panel and everything to see how can we mobilize finance both from public and private sources. I won't have the time to go deeply into that now, but I have 5 minutes later if someone wants to talk about it. Thank you. But I want to see, just because we're here in the climate conference now, and I'm following the NCQG, the new climate finance goal, very closely, the negotiations. I want to say that although this conversation is on private finance, we have to really recognize the responsibility that especially rich countries have for public finance. It is a limited source of money, obviously, but it's also a matter of priorities. And we saw during the COVID pandemic, for example, we did mobilize a lot of public finance in the trillions. It is possible. We're just not recognizing that the climate crisis is a crisis. And there was a survey of I think it was 130,000 people from over 120 different countries, where 80% answered that they would be willing to give 1% of their earnings to climate action. So I think that should give us some direction on also that it's possible to use more public money on this. And then I just want to highlight a few things that was said during because I agree with most of what was said. I have to say that as well. And it was interesting listening to you. And I think you mentioned the quality of capital. And in Norwegian Church Aid, we work a lot with debt, because all our other efforts on development and on climate is kind of drained out when countries are in debt crisis. So we need to have a proper debt sustainability considerations. For example, Norway has now started an initiative on green guarantees. And that is great. I mean, it's a good way to mobilize more private finance. But we have to make sure that the poorest countries are not left with a debt. Yeah. So I think, and also, I mean, there is some systemic flaws that we have to address. We would need like a debt facility in the UN, for example, to deal with this on a higher level. And also, for example, a UN tax convention. I've also worked on that. And there's a lot of private money now that is escaping tax, which should be public money. So, I mean, there's many ways to work around this, but I just wanted to lift it on a more of a political level, because that's how I work. But thank you for the discussion, and I hope to talk more to you.
Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of our conversation, and I won't take more of your time for a lengthy summary. Just wanting to highlight a few words that stuck with me. The word trust, the word risk-taking, and in particular for ODA financed entities to take more risk. And we've heard how that's played out in the case of Acumen and Yellow. The quality of finance in addition to quantity, and there were many different aspects that we talked about that had to do with that, and really getting the the scarce grant resources to where they are really needed the most and where they can have the biggest impact. And then patience combined with urgency. I think that's a really good thought to, like, we really have to act now, but we also have to understand the need for patience for these solutions to really work on. And then scale, that we really have to, in addition to speed, we also have to aim at scale. And then pragmatism, solutions that work for those companies and those communities that we're aiming the support for, and that need for understanding the conditions and the changing conditions. But thank you so much. This was such a wonderful conversation, and look forward to continuing the discussion, and in particular continuing to work together for more solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
May I have your attention? It's time to put on the microphone, the headphones. And to move, for those who don't want to stay, please. Okay. Thank you all for coming. I know this might be slightly confusing. Why do we start Q2? You might have seen there's this event at 4 until shortly before 5, but NCECA and we from Perspectives Climate Research, Max Schmidt my name, we decided to squeeze in a little special session, extra session, given the positive news of the launch of the target setting protocol by the Net Zero Export Credit Agencies Alliance, to give them some extra space for reflections. And we do have these 15 minutes transition then to the Nordic ECAs and the launch of the best practice guide that Perspectives has been working on over the last couple of months. And afterwards, this is the incentive to stay on, there will be a nice reception provided by NDF, NCECO and NIB, so 3 Nordic financial institutions, to which you are warmly invited, and can also let your colleagues know to fill up the few remaining chairs still. For now, I would invite our 3 panelists for the first 15-minute session to join the panel. That is Elsa Kjander, Senior Policy Advisor from UCAF. We've got Karin Westman, the Head of Sustainability from Swedish EKN. And we've got Elena Karychenka from the NCECA Secretariat. Over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Max, for the introduction, and also for the Nordic Pavilion for hosting us today. And we're really grateful that we managed to get this 15 minutes to talk a little bit about NCECA and the target setting protocol that we launched yesterday. So as Max mentioned, I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at UK Export Finance, and I'm also being the co-lead for the target setting work track within NCECA. So I'll start by just giving a brief overview of the Alliance and the protocol that we launched yesterday, before handing over to Elena to talk a bit more about the landscape of target setting protocols, and to Karin to talk about the impact that the protocol can have for ECAs. So the Net Zero Export Credit Agencies Alliance, or NCECA, was launched at Dubai at COP29 in Dubai last year. But the idea to start or found an alliance that was dedicated to ECAs first emerged after COP26, 3 years ago. And in the 2 years leading up to COP28, UCAF, or EKN, and other leading ECAs with a commitment to deliver on net zero were discussing and sort of fine-tuning the value proposition for a net zero alliance. And what we sort of aligned on or came up with was a dedicated net zero alliance for export credit agencies could really be helpful to help sort of put a spotlight on the role that ECAs can have for the climate transition, and the role that ECAs have in the climate finance landscape, but also be a way for ECAs to set commitments when it comes to net zero and climate, and also to shape the standards and align on standards for ECAs. So last year we launched the alliance with 8 founding members from 7 countries, and yesterday we were delighted to also welcome our 9th member, Finland. So yeah, very, very pleased to see the alliance growing. And this week we also reached a major milestone when we launched our first target setting protocol. And this protocol will be guidelines for members to set credible and consistent decarbonization targets, but it will also serve as a guidance for organizations outside the alliance to continue their sustainability journeys. So the full protocol is available online, and I think the QR code up there on the screen will help you or direct you to the protocol if you're interested in reading it. But I'll talk a little bit just quickly around the development of the protocol, and just want to touch on 2 core elements of the process to develop the protocol. So first of all, it's been built on member ECAs and Exim Bank's experiences of target setting and carbon accounting. So we've been able to build on the processes that are already used, but also understand the challenges that ECA are experiencing when it comes to target setting. And this has helped us shape the protocol to really suit the characteristics of ECAs and Exim Banks. And secondly, it's been a collaborative effort, both between the NCECA members, but also with experts within the field and a wide range of stakeholders, both at other alliances within UNEP, but also in academia and elsewhere. So on that note, I will hand over to Elena Korchenko at NCECA Secretariat at UNEP to talk a bit more about the broader landscape of target setting protocols.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Elsa. Thank you to those who are here in the audience, and thank you for the Nordic Pavilion to welcome us here and to provide this opportunity to share our experience. Probably not very huge experience at the moment, because as Elsa mentioned, we are, as an alliance, we are only 1 year old, even though there was a very thorough and intense incubation stage. So of course, an alliance like this cannot be established overnight. So there was a hard and meticulous work on defining what this alliance can bring into the already existing landscape of climate action for ECAs and from ECAs, and also how we can make sure that basically by establishing this alliance, we move towards the systemic approach and systemic mobilization of the whole financial system. Here at this COP, we are talking a lot about blended finance, and we feel that there is a need for the dialogue, but there is still a gap between public finance, between private finance, and how they can really work together on mobilization of the whole financial system for decarbonization, for reaching the overall goal of net zero and aligning with the Paris Agreement. So when we were incubating it and when we established this last year, we defined the place and role of the alliance as being supportive of ECAs who want to pursue the ambitious goals of aligning with net zero by 2050 or sooner, and sticking with the 1.5 pathways, which is ambitious but doable. And the alliance is providing practical support and providing guidance for members, but hopefully also for the broader expert credit landscape and actors on aligning with those targets. As has been already mentioned, we have lots of experience with commercial financial institutions. So as UNEP, we are convening the Net Zero Banking Alliance, the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. We are supporting the Sustainable Stock Exchanges initiatives. So we have already accumulated lots of experience from this side of the financial system, and now we are really happy to support this first public Net Zero Alliance on reaching their own goals. But also we always stress that this initiative is led by members, by ECAs, and we are really thankful for those who have been our founding members to take this really heavy lift on defining what a net zero ECA can look like, what the commitment can look like, and what are the instruments that we need to actually support this journey. And it's really a long journey, so we can see that it took us 1 year to go from commitment to the actionable framework. And this is very standard time. It's pretty short timeline, I would say, because in other alliances it took longer. Because this framework has to be credible, has to be tested with the leading ECAs, has to be actionable. But also we have to say that it's only the first step. The next step is, of course, implementation, and this is a hard step as well. So we will continue supporting our members with the implementation, with the technical sides of this, with some conceptual sides of this, with connecting them to the best science that is available at the moment to make sure that these efforts are aligned and credible, to help them provide better transparency. The protocol is also touching on disclosure mechanisms, on transparency mechanisms. We have the accountability mechanism as well. That is very important, we think. And the next year is going to be marked with another interesting steps, and we will be happy to keep you updated. So by the end of June next year, our founding members have to set and disclose their first targets. That is something that is really bringing us closer to the real life outcomes. And then by the end of the year, probably by the next COP, we will publish our first progress report, where we will track the collective and individual progress, and also see what are the remaining gaps, because the alliance is an evolving mechanism. The target setting protocol is an evolving mechanism. We are going to learn from practice. We are going to also learn from you, from the stakeholders who are here in the room, who will be checking it online. So we are really happy to engage in different dialogues, to see your reflections, and continue working on improving it, continue working on improving the granularity of the framework, continue engaging with the key stakeholders that can help ECAs to reach their targets and to set their targets, because without the enabling environment, it's totally impossible. It's an interconnected system, and we are intrinsically connected to banks, to the real economy, to exporters, to the political landscape as well, to standard setters. So this is a bigger picture of our interactions, and we really hope to mobilize this system to act together and to reach measurable and real outcomes in the real world. So thank you for your attention, and with that I will pass to Karin, and I think she can discuss how this protocol can be useful for the member ECAs, but also probably for the larger ECA community. And over to you, Karin.
So thank you very much. I'm mindful of time here, so I'll be very brief in my remarks. And I just want to say that this target setting is a protocol. It's really a milestone, and which we at EKN, the Swedish Export Credit Agency, will use to help us set our targets when we both develop and implement our targets for transitioning our portfolio to net zero. And what I really like about this, obviously, you've gone through many things, but it's also that it's well balanced. And I think that that's really one of the values that we as EKN see for the entire Net Zero Export Credit Alliance, is that it's we may be few members now, but we represent a multi-billion-dollar industry. And we see already in the founding members that we have members from Europe, from North America, from Canada, but also from the Middle East, from Kazakhstan and from the United Arab Emirates. So I think that that's just my final words, is to any other export credit agency or Exim bank out there, don't be a stranger. Come to us, join the alliance, and it's really a good effort that's helpful for all of us to take joint steps in our joint effort to support a net zero world. So thank you.
Good job. With that, first round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for the reflections. And there were a few new joiners, so you might be confused, but this was a little warm-up, reflections of the newly launched target setting protocol. Now to the event on Paris alignment of export credit agencies, lessons learned from the Nordics and other OECD countries. You might wonder, why am I standing here? Who am I? Max Schmidt, Perspectives Climate Research, a German non-profit think tank. We've been doing extensive work on ECAs over the last 4 years, I should say by now, including 12 case studies on OECD countries, China most recently. If there's any interest, we can discuss this later. But here to discuss the Nordic cases. If you have any questions on the target setting protocol, please hold these thoughts for now. There will be time in approximately half an hour, if not before. We try to integrate this and combine with this session. Unfortunately, Karen already left to go back to the chair. I have to ask her again to join the panel as one of our fantastic panelists, Karin Westman from Swedish EKN, and I forgot to mention also the Bern Union Climate Working Group, which she shares. Very importantly, please, Karen. As the second speaker from a fellow ECA, in this case from Denmark, we've got Toke Philipsen Bram from IFO. IFO is also the current chair, president, leading role on Export Finance for Future. Some of you just attended that event as well. And thirdly, but not lastly, we also got Julia Beck from UCAF, who is the director of strategy and impact, this way around, I believe, and also with the Net Zero Credit Export Credit Agencies Alliance and CCA that we just heard of. So thank you three for joining. I've introduced you, people know you well. We do have an expert audience from the faces I see and that I know very well. You have heard many things on ECAs and export finance in the last couple of days. What we try to do is maybe to dig a bit deeper and to provide space where there was less time for before for some questions of the kind of that we can ask as a climate think tank. So we don't, untied loans and stuff I've heard of. I know the terminologies, but it isn't exactly the angle that we come from. As opening statements, maybe Karin, to start with you. I'd quite like to know, for your three ECAs and for you individually, what does Paris alignment mean, the ECA and alliances you represent? Just to give us a first quick appetizer.
Okay, so...
okay.
Can you hear? Good. For those of you who are online, I'm looking at the crowd and then they are nodding or shaking their heads. So I think just first point on Paris alignment is that you need to start to ask yourself, what Paris and what do you mean with alignment? And for us at EKN and also our sister organization SEK, part of the Swedish export finance system, this means the 1.5 degree target. And that is actually very important because it really sets a different story if you align with something else under the Paris Agreement. So for us, it's the 1.5 degree target. A second pointer in terms of that alignment means that it needs to be, it means a lot of difficult decisions. And those are easier made if you back them up with proper knowledge and science. So one other thing that we've done together with SEK is that we have a scientific advisory climate council, which has been very helpful for us. And another point in that is also then the third element. So 1.5 scientifically backed is also that you need to do it with other peers in your industry. Because if you don't, it's not going to be effective, it's not going to be efficient. We are, as export credits, part of the financial sector, obviously, but there are also some elements that make us a little bit unique. One is that we have a government mandate, so we may have policies that restrict or enable us in certain elements that maybe other financial actors don't have. And this is why working together in alliances such as the Net Zero Export Credit Alliance, but also being part in the instrumental Export Finance for the Future Alliance, and I know that my colleagues Toke and Julia will mention these alliances more, is very helpful because that enables us as a collective group to set standards, to decide on common approaches, to be transparent, and enable also think tanks and civil society organizations to check that we do what we said that we are going to do. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we do what we do because we support our exporters. And that is also a fundamental approach because we see in all of the countries that we represent, that this is where companies are developing. They see climate as an opportunity, good for business, and we need to follow them along that journey. And that's also easily done if we do it together.
Thank you, Max. Is it working? Yes. So we have a long history in wind financing in the Danish ECA. That's been a core part of our portfolio. I would like to think about Paris alignment as the objective to decarbonize. We can't do everything at once. We need to start somewhere. And I think Julia mentioned early on that you should measure what you care about and you should focus on what you care about. For us, it's about energy. It's about stepping out of fossil fuel energy. It's about stepping up renewable energy. I think that's at least our belief that within the energy sector, this is where we can harvest the biggest decarbonization efforts the earliest. It's well-proven technology. It's just rolling it out, basically. So I think our approach is to focus on the sector we know well, which is wind financing, and then try to make that happen. Then recently we've expanded the focus to include, you could say, the value chain at the uptake of renewable energy to green fuels, carbon capture, and so on. Those technologies are developing too slowly. So I think still our core is the renewable energy. That's where we focus. But you could say Paris alignment is about the transition of all industries, and this is where you could say the alliances come into play. We, together with the other ECAs, we cover most industries in the world, and then together we can really work on decarbonizing all the industries and learn from each other. So, for example, on the wind financing, IFO or EKF started out on wind financing, and within the last couple of years, we've really seen the other ECAs being active in this space as well, and we really collaborate on the projects and sharing experience on risk and how to structure the deals. So I think collaborating to reach the Paris Agreement is really important, and that's, I guess, why we meet here today and talk about this. And it's you could say it's a close group right now. It's a couple of ECAs meeting and discussing, but I think we are hoping to broaden the group, and hopefully next year in Brazil we will be a lot more to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Max. So UKEF's mission is to ensure that no viable UK export fails for lack of finance or insurance, doing that sustainably and at no net cost to the taxpayers. So sustainably is obviously the key focus from a sort of Paris alignment perspective in that mission statement. And I think for us, what it means is doing the many things that we do, but in recognition of the fact that what we do serves a core policy goal, which is facilitating exports and trade, but also has multiple other consequences, and managing the consequences to climate change is what fundamentally we mean by Paris alignment. I think one reflection for me is that we don't, as ECAs, we don't really use the language of Paris alignment all that much. The Paris Agreement it's quite a technical document, and I think it can be a little bit off-putting to the kind of less initiated. And so actually breaking that down into kind of organizationally, what does that mean for us, is sort of the way I wanted to think about this. So we have a sustainability policy statement that says that we will align with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. We are aligned with the Paris, the 1.5 temperature target, which is why we've set a net zero target across our portfolio and operations for 2050. And we also have decarbonisation targets, interim targets for three sectors, our biggest three sectors, accounting for about 85% of the portfolio, on our path to net zero. We chair the Net Zero ECAs Alliance, and colleagues have mentioned the importance of these kinds of groups in bringing a kind of consensus about how we as ECAs are going to address these challenges. And we've also set a target for clean growth support in our most recent sustainability strategy and business plan. So that covers the period from 2024 to 2029, and we've said that we're going to provide a £10 billion worth of support for
clean growth sectors. We also, transparency is absolutely key. I think if you are transparent, that makes you accountable. So we publish our annual TCFD reports, which cover our financed emissions and the progress against our sectoral targets. We are part of E3F and therefore are publishing our kind of clean growth support as well. So that's a really positive step from just this week. And then, of course, we've already spoken in this session about the target setting protocol. So I think there's a huge amount going on that actually does speak to that Paris alignment piece. It's just that maybe we don't necessarily think about it in those terms.
Thank you, our excellent panelists, for this overview. It also helps me save some time on the quick teaser I would like to give you next on our ECA Best Practice Guide, launched just last week. A guide that's the product of 4 years of work on 12 different OECD ECAs. What I don't have to flag anymore is what you did already, the different groups that exist, the alliances, not in parallel, but very close coordination. This is the Nordic Pavilion. What I do have to say is that Denmark, Finland specifically, the ones that we've assessed most recently, and in cooperation with Karin, among others, with Victor in the audience and other ECAs, that many ECAs already have strict fossil fuel exclusion policies in place. E3F obviously fostered that, but other ECAs as well. Brand new numbers showed from E3F, launched, I believe, last week or published last week, that Denmark has been leading, as Toko was alluding to, specifically on wind energy support provided to Danish exporters, followed closely by Germany for renewables and climate positive transactions, a new category, followed by United Kingdom. So I live in Scotland, sometimes I say it's quasi-Nordic. The UK, I think we don't usually say that, but also leading in this regard in the Nordic Pavilion at least. You see some question marks on the left. This is layouting thing. There should be exclamation marks, in my opinion, because there's been some great work done, as mentioned in previous events. Not by everyone, though. We started in 2021 with our assessments that followed a strict methodology. You see loads of colors, top row. We've developed a methodology that includes aspects of transparency, fossil fuel exclusion, as mentioned, mitigation, climate finance, engagement, and based on those with individual benchmarks, we arrived at different scores. I do have to say, because the UK is on the panel, by now it probably looks better. You see the number on the left for full disclosure of 2022, when some of the first assessments were done. Japan, we don't really have to talk about right now. Many things might not have changed. Germany, also 2021, might look a bit better, but still room for improvement. But we're mostly to discuss the Nordic cases. We see that Denmark, as the very first ECA, scored transformational on this 4-score ranking, closely following are Finland and Sweden, with just a few points in between. But you see in bright green, high ambition when it comes to mitigation targets. So it's not just targets in place with regards to oil, gas, and coal, but also going beyond that, going beyond individual sectors, but including sector-wide targets, net zero by 2050, also in the case of the UK. And engagement. We do have panelists who are active in different alliances as well, so this has to be acknowledged also domestically. Karin has this beautiful little Sweden, the climate matchmaker on her blazer. What's the stand for? There's a thing called Business Sweden. And these and other dimensions we looked at. Engagement nationally, internationally. And to give you an idea of what these best practices are, on the left, maybe very small print, but I encourage you to have a look at the best practice guide yourself. You see the individual sub-dimensions, we call them, in this case ranging from scope 1, 2, and 3. So it's not just what you do as a company, but where does the finance go? We've seen examples of Finvera that started very early, very ambitiously, with the highest level of transparency standards that makes us, for us, a very easy job as CSOs, as researchers, to see exactly where support goes to. To highlight quickly, Dutch Atradius DSP, for starting early, maybe not going far enough, as Adam from OCI might argue. Other cases, to give everyone credit where credit is being deserved. Canada's EDC, Export Development Canada, as one of the first ECAs that joined the TCFD that Julia was alluding to. So not to say that they're all doing, as you saw before, great across dimensions, but there are individual leaders per sub-dimension, for example. Fossil fuel exclusions, most importantly on OECD, negotiations will be hopefully concluding next week. Outside the OECD, I mentioned China before, there's also some movement. There might be movement again after successful OECD negotiations next week. Last time when there was a decision made on coal exclusion with some limitation, with some exemptions, Chinese ECAs followed shortly after. So maybe this is some encouragement for Global North or OECD ECAs to go this extra mile and conclude work that has been going on over the last couple of months and years actually, so that Chinese ECAs can follow soon as well. UCAF, Julia mentioned different policies, strategies. Nothing else to add to that. That was highlighted in our report and also in recent engagement. Interestingly, and makes UCAF stand out, is I believe one deal so far in oil and gas decommissioning. Interesting one that I'm not sure if Euler Hermes, for example, is in the room from Germany, but also many other ECAs can learn from as a potential next frontier for profitable transactions. On mitigation, not many where we can see a consistent declining trend, but for many where it happened the last 1 or 2 years. A few more on emissions intensity actually, but IFO is the star in this regard with a very consistent decline when it comes to fossil fuel power support. We see an increasing share of renewable support across E3F countries, so maybe just those opted in, but also they have not tracked back, most of them. Strong focus on renewables now. Italy we can talk about later. Swiss CEF we can talk about later. Not member of E3F, but a neighbor that we should talk to. UCAF going the furthest when it comes to sector-wide, I'm tempted to say, but covering almost all sectors, reductions, finance emissions. There's a remaining 50% that we would like to see closed very soon. Climate finance, and my mouth is running a bit dry, so I will try to keep this fairly short, but the EU taxonomy for those E3F countries to which it's applicable, we consider a best standard going beyond Rio markers and maybe joint approach. We can look at those, but E3F ECAs within the E3F already start to go beyond and close existing loopholes, such as on gas that is classified as sustainable as per the taxonomy. At Radius DSB, I mentioned before, Euler Hermes, that started quite early with specific instruments. For those of you who have not seen it yet, I believe it was just yesterday or the day before that E3F launched a very nice additional little tool, overview of green instruments. Please have a look, download, get in conversation and get in touch with Toke and other members. You're the go-to person in this regard, right? To finish off with engagement, you mentioned national engagement, international engagement. Business Sweden as one example, Business France, Business Finland, where these ECAs speak with one voice together with their government to maximize synergies. The others also can learn from. There's these 3 teams that we are aware of, but it seems to be a good thing to do and helps increase visibility as well. Lastly, tailored export finance advice to green SMEs. No regret. I mean, in the case of Germany, where I'm from, we see big exporters struggling at the moment, particular cars. ECAs can help that much, but there's still SMEs with very important roles to play, whatever geopolitics demands. This was a quick overview. I encourage you to download the best practice guide, take a look, and would now get back to the panel after this overview with a few more questions, and then we'll open to the audience if that's all right. to start with Julia this time. I mean, I've highlighted a few best practices in all of your 3 ECAs and beyond. What are some initial reactions to my presentation, to the guide? Where do you think we should go beyond, new factors to consider when it comes to Paris alignment? And where should we change the colors?
So mainly, I'd be really keen for you to have another look at UKEF 2 years on from 2022. It's been, it seems quite a busy 2 years, because I think we've made a lot of progress since that assessment has done. And actually, I think that's probably some encouragement for other ECAs, because, like I said, I think this space can feel very, very impenetrable for those of us who aren't kind of living and breathing it on much more of a kind of day-to-day basis. But it isn't so hard to make concrete progress across different areas. So I think that is the first thing I'd say. I think the second thing is congratulations on the guide, which I think is super helpful for demystifying the whole sort of space. So I think that's the second thing. I think then the third thing is just around kind of how to implement some of this best practice, and how as an organization you need to think about your own transition, because I think this is the other thing to recognize, that we are all institutions that are in transition. So it's not something that's happening kind of elsewhere in the economy, it's happening to ECAs as well. I think cultural change and building capability is really, really important. I think you need to be able to invest in upskilling people, in kind of that kind of just transition internally. So at the point that we came out of fossil fuels, we leveraged the project finance experience that team had and focused sort of upskilling and engagement programs in order to help them kind of make that transition into then becoming renewables underwriters, which is now exactly what they are. And they're the people who are doing those decommissioning transactions, those wind farm transactions. So there's that piece. There's something on governance there as well. So embedding this thinking across all of your layers of decision making. We're all government institutions to varying degrees, so there's a lot of layers to decision making. So lots of opportunity to embed it. Then I think the other thing, which is a point that I made on a previous panel, was just recognizing what's going to be difficult in this space, and where as an organization you are going to face constraints, whether that's because, as Karen was talking about, our mandates are quite specific, whether that is kind of technical skills and operational challenges. I mean, for UKEF, for example, I know a lot of peer ECAs are looking at equity products. That's not something that we've looked at, simply because we don't have that capability, and it would be very, very challenging to develop that capability. But it is a barrier. It does mean that actually some of those really early stage technologies are just much harder for us to do. So I think those are kind of my initial reflections. I'm not sure if that exactly answers your question.
And I would just give Toke and Karin the chance to have a quick reflection as well.
Thank you. I think the important part of your study is that you actually showcase that we can change our way of doing financing. As you said, you've done the studies over a couple of years. I'm sure UKEF would look a lot better if you made the studies today. And it just shows that actually the ECAs are transitioning. I think the important part is not who is, you could say, leading this space. I think the important part is to broaden the space. So actually we need a lot more ECAs included in the studies and engaged in the discussions. I think we have your study coming out this week. We had the INSECA target setting protocol. I think we have a lot of guidance coming out actually to mitigate the risk of actually committing to net zero, committing to transitioning. And I think the fear of committing is actually the big stumbling block for a lot of ECAs now. And more discussion, more interaction. I hope we can mitigate that fear for the ECAs and actually jump in and say we will try to make change. even though you're not sure how you can reach net zero, just working on it is the way to go. We all have very different portfolios, some more carbon intensive than others. I don't think the challenge is specifically harder for one ECA or the other. The important thing is to start working on your together with your exporters, your companies, on actually making change, and then we will get there in a different pace. We've discussed these days that there might be different pathways for developed and developing countries as well. There might be different pathways for ECAs as well. So just engage in the discussion is the important part, and hopefully we can ensure this. And having large ECAs and as UKEF, having Germany, France engaged in the E3F is really important, and then hopefully others will follow suit.
Last reflection from Karin, and then I would say we open to the audience.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Julia and Toke was saying, I think that a study like this is very helpful because it allows any ECA to pick any area, and you will have somebody to look for who's done some good things. And I think that that's, just as Julia was saying, it can feel very daunting. But the important thing is to just get started, and irrespective of which country your ECA you are or where you are, just getting started somewhere. And a study like this can really help you to understand, okay, so maybe it's difficult to start in the fossil phase out because we are government, we have government mandates. But you can start somewhere else for the time being. And once, I find that it's not the whole process around Paris alignment and working on climate change. You work and work and work, and then all of a sudden a lot of things happen. And at that moment, something like this is very helpful, and also the alliances that all of us are part of. And I think that this helps us to broaden the scope and making sure that it's not a small group of ECAs who you may look to the next time, but a larger group. And to give some practical advice on how to get going and what to do next. And I think that that's really helpful for all of us. And I just want to also then, I know it's obvious, but just to say it again, that our portfolios are a reflection of the companies we have in our countries. So again, we do have different starting points, but we all want to go in the same to the same place. And the companies also want to do this because it makes good business sense, and we should be able to support them.
Thank you for these reflections. Now the big question is, where are these ECAs? Is there any non-E3F ECA representative in the room by any chance? And if not, then I would invite anyone else to react, to ask questions to our panelists, maybe to drill a bit deeper to what has been said from previous events that we remember. On INSECA, on the target setting protocol specifically. It's the first question.
Hi there. My name is Kara Schuck. I'm from the DZ Bank in Germany. I'm just interested in your opinion on whether target setting around net zero or, taking steps toward Paris alignment would be better covered within the OECD arrangement, perhaps through this common approaches provision, which is, of course, a very long time coming, but especially in terms of ensuring a level playing field. Thanks.
Thank you for that question. I think having worked a lot with the OECD, it takes a long time to agree. It's a very broad group in the OECD, so starting out in a smaller group and making some shared principles, I think, is the way to go. And then perhaps if we get more mature, we have the principles in place, then you can expand it to a group as complicated as the OECD. We need to start somewhere, and I don't think the OECD is the place to start right now, actually. It's too early. But
I'd agree with that. I mean, I'd love to get to a point where actually all of this just comes together under the auspices of the OECD. I think NZECA and E3F are both kind of high ambition groups, and that there is space for high ambition groups. So I think sort of we have to do both. And I think the challenge with common approaches particularly is that it reflects the fact that ECAs have taken a very transactional perspective on all of these issues for a very, very long time. And so it doesn't quite get us into the space that we need to, but it's a stretch goal.
And just to add to that, I think that the example of NSECA also clearly shows that there are ECAs outside the OECD who are willing to take these steps. And again, I think that that's our energy and our time is really well spent on trying to find approaches that would work for everybody who is interested in aligning their portfolios in line with the net zero target.
Okay, I hear still a lot of agreement, harmony. I'd be curious to see if you find some areas of disagreement. So I'd like to challenge the audience to think of something. Maybe someone the third row, second row, first row. Give everyone a chance to say something. Over there, please.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Max Schulze-Stein, second Max in the room from Wuppertal Institute. I have quite a methodological question. I was wondering, how did you operationalize the Paris Agreement? As there is an argument that the Paris Agreement itself is a compromise which leaves for interpretation. And then when you align something, you need to have quite a strict tool set of what this alignment actually means. So yeah, I'm wondering, how did you actually operationalize that in kind of throughout your portfolio or in the assessment you made?
Okay, I mean, it's a very technical question that I think I should take. If you have a look in the annex of the guide, so you can find in the QR code, you find fully disclosed 72 benchmarks of 18 subdimensions of 5 dimensions that has been developed building on best standards, best practices from MDBs, as mentioned before, MDB joint approach, in collaboration with some researchers. We've seen Professor Andreas Klaassen, the event before, E3G I have in mind, and a few others. I suggest we take this bilaterally at the reception and then have a deep dive. Last word on this, also since you mentioned Wuppertal Institute, so a fellow think tank, research organization, we know that Umweltbundesamt, German Environmental Protection Agency, has asked exactly this question, and there has been, I think it's been concluded, a public tender on how to conceptualize Paris alignment. Not an easy one. For ECAs, it's different to MDBs, to sovereign wealth funds, another discussion, and so on. Does the panel want to say something on this, Julia?
Sorry, I was just going to give one super quick reflection. I'm so pleased you took that question because it was, you're right, very techy. But I think sort of that's the $1 million question. And I think a lot of us have been kind of feeling our way in terms of what that looks like. So, for example, we were quite soon after Canada in implementing the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which was very much one of the lenses through which we sought to operationalize the Paris Agreement. And things like coming up with the methodologies for setting for setting your financed emissions calculations, like all of that stuff is different for an ECA versus any other kind of financial institutions. Like the predominance of guarantees within our portfolios meant that we had to come up with a kind of double disclosure, sort of follow the money, follow the risk methodology for it. So I think we've all probably been feeling our ways in isolation to some extent, and so the power of something like an NZECA is that it allows us to come together and actually share that. Because, I mean, having gone through the pain of doing it ourselves, we're actually really keen that other ECAs just use that wholesale as much as possible. So, like, why would we want everybody to have to do the work separately? Just we could, like, one of us can do it once and everybody can benefit from it.
Yeah. Yes, I think for us, we try, at least when you try to convey the message internally, we try to make it very simple. So basically, Paris alignment for us is net zero by 2045. That's how we look at it. And we start with, you could say, measure our carbon emission. And then we go sector by sector. That's the approach we've taken in the NSECA and the target setting protocol. So maybe, yeah, make it very simple. Net zero by 2050 is how we look at it, where you should start working. And then, of course, it's broader, but...
I completely echo my colleagues' thoughts. And I think also that we are not Paris aligned. but we are trying to Paris align our portfolio in line with the 1.5 degree target and net zero emissions by 2045 in our case. But I think as soon as you get into, okay, well, what does 2045, what does that mean for me in 5 or 10 years? That's not really the point. You have to set that long-term target, but then you have to start to work with what you have in front of you here and now. And then just as the strength of the fact that we've started in slightly different areas means that, for example, EKN can now learn from UK Export Finance within the concept of the Net Zero Export Credit Agency Alliance, so that we don't have to go through that process again. And then we've started in another place where hopefully we can share some lessons learned with others. So that's really, yes, set the target, but you need to just start doing the work.
Okay, Toko wants to react to this, and then I react to the panel again.
But perhaps just stressing that for us, it's not, the goal is not to decarbonize the portfolio we have. The goal is to decarbonize the real economy. That's at least what we're working on the NSECA Alliance. So the objective is not to decarbonize the portfolio, it's to work with our customers and the exporters and support their transition. That's the goal. So that's the ultimate Paris alignment. But it's more complicated.
Yes, and the last point on this, I mean, it's not like you win a prize when you can officially announce that you're Paris aligned. I mean, we tried that with some nice colors, but this is like, must be reward enough and reception. But yeah, you can also become Paris unaligned again, right? It's always depending on the timing, and we mentioned some outliers before, or those who step back. We have to get back on board. Over to the audience again. There is still a second row and a first row who I would like to hear. If not, I still have one question, since we talked a lot about the present and how we got there. We've talked a bit about net zero by 2050, maybe 2045. There's also fossil-free Sweden initiative, for example, suggesting net zero might be earlier, even before. But the bigger question to the panel would be, can you imagine a future where the global export finance system is truly green, sustainable and just? How do we get there? What are the necessary steps? Who has to take them? And by when? To challenge you a bit.
Okay, I'll start with that challenging question. To be honest, and I think we should be honest when we are at the climate COP, I think a global export credit system that is fully green and just, I don't see that anytime soon, to be honest. But I don't think that should hold us back from doing what we can within our own remits to try to make that vision happen for us in our efforts, just as Toke reiterated, that it's really about supporting the change in the real economy. Again, I don't think that you could expect that export credit system is green and just before the real economy is green and just, in a sense. But that's really where our mission lies, and that's what we need to do here and now.
I think on the green, we are taking small steps all the time. We have, when we do transactions, we go into great depth to secure that we mitigate all the risk and the externalities. On the just, I think that depends on who's looking. I don't think you will ever have a just system. You will always have different competitors, exporters, countries having a different view of what is just. So I don't think that is ever achievable, actually. Sorry to disappoint you, Max, but it depends on who's looking what's just. But I think we are aligning on, you could say, on a common methodologies and shared perception. So to have a just world is getting closer, but I don't think we will ever get there.
So what's the time, please?
So on the one hand, we know the entire financial system needs to realign behind 1.5 degrees. And I don't think, in a way, I almost can't imagine a world where the entire export credit system isn't aligned. However, on the other, I think, as my fellow panelists have said, we need to be quite honest about where we are on that journey, and it does look really, really challenging from here. I think particularly on the amount of kind of leadership that is going to be needed. As we've been sort of saying throughout this session, I mean, the three of us sitting here, I think, represent institutions that are very much in that leading role. And so, there hasn't been any clean blue water between us in sort of how we look at any of these issues, and we're all very, very committed. But there are many other ECAs who aren't here today, who aren't in Baku, and for whom this is just a lot further away. So I think initiatives like NZECA, E3F are really, really important to actually widening the tent, bringing more in, and I think within the framework of our core mandates, we just need to be brave in sort of doing some of the things that are difficult, so that we can show others that we can do that. Like 5 years ago, no ECA had really come out of fossil fuels, and now a whole bunch of us have, and we've shown that there is life after fossil fuels. So maybe that kind of eases the path for others. So yeah, I think we should continue to show leadership, and hopefully others will follow.
Thanks a lot for this healthy dose of realism. I learned the term possibilism earlier today. I think this also sounds a bit like that. So time-wise, there would be chance for a last quick question, if there is. You haven't heard anyone asking more on the NCECA target setting protocol. That's your chance. If not, we can always mingle, bilaterals, wait here until the reception starts at 5. And if there's no other question, last chance, I invite you to give a round of applause to our fantastic panelists. Thanks for your interest, and just come over to us, have a chat, and then see you around the corner.